Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Speak your mind. Never apologize. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, speak your mind. Never apologize. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I want you to speak your mind and never apologize. Peoples, this is the only time I'm going to allow the people to come on in and to say what they need to say about any topic, in anything, because I want to give the people an opportunity to go ahead and share their thoughts and views. Because I've been getting text messages and emails and stuff from everybody, and they had saw a particular live on last night, and different ones wanted to chime out. Okay, well, this will be your only opportunity to come on and chime out and to speak about whatever you need to speak about. Speak your mind. I need you to get it off your chest and things, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to put this behind us and whatnot. Because see, the one thing I'm not going to do, peoples, is I'm not going to continue to keep allowing this stuff to fester. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said I'm not going to allow all of this madness continue to keep festering, because that's what people want. People love drama. People love all of this mess and madness and confusion. People love to continue to keep hashing out the various things that happened in the past and whatnot. And I get it. I hear it. I understand it. You know, I get it. I understand it wholeheartedly. But at the end of the day, people's, the thing is simply this, is that you got to speak what's on your mind, and then you got to learn how to let this shit go. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You got to be able to speak your mind, and then you got to be able to let this shit go. That's all I'm saying. You got to let it go, because it's no sense and reason to continue to keep hashing over shit that happened 2 and 3 years ago. Now, I was pretty amazed to hear, some things. I was pretty amazed to hear some things and whatnot, because I'm kind of like, wow, I've learned some things that someone had been holding on to forever and a day for at least 2 plus years. And I was really amazed to hear all of that and stuff, because I'm kind of like, okay, so, wow, you know, wow. I didn't know that you felt that way towards me. You know, you've been holding on for shit for 2 plus years, and I'm just now finding out about it. And I thought in my mind that, a lot of shit was settled, but I guess that it wasn't. And so finally, when I heard it, well, then, it was kind of like, okay, well, man, all right. That's the way you feel. That's the way you feel. But it was a good thing, because it was in the people had to get it off their chest. Do you understand what I'm saying? The people had to get it off their chest, and by them getting it off their chest, it made them feel very good. And I've always loved for people to get things off their chest, because see, I had to get some things off my chest, because there were some things I needed to say as well. And that's what it is. And so, it was done. It was said. A lot of things were said. A lot of things was brought to the open and whatnot. And it was just an amazing because I'm like, a lot of stuff I didn't know and a lot of stuff I did know. But I've always wanted to have an open forum and to allow the people to be able to say what they need to say in things and stuff because, people need an outlet. And this was one of the reasons why I have done the various things that I've done. But I wanted to be said is that Edward Joseph is not a person that likes drama. I don't like to I don't like to endorse drama. I really don't. And when the people want to say that I'm about drama, well, now you're lying. And you're lying on me. You're lying on yourself, and then you're lying on me. Because for anybody to come and say that I'm about drama, well, then it is a bold faced lie. I don't start shit with nobody. Everybody who comes to my channel and stuff, I've always opened up the doors for the people to come in and shoot their shot. I've always opened up the doors for the people to come in and to say what they need to say and things. Every last person that stepped foot in my lives and stuff, I've all the time come and I've all the time greet people with salutations, with blessings and things. But it seems like people just don't get it. People all the time want to try to put you in a box. They all the time got something to say, all because they don't like my presentation. They don't like just the way that I am. They don't like the things that I say and whatnot. They don't like something about me. And that's fine. It really doesn't bother me one bit whether you like me or whether you don't like me because I love you with the love of Christ. And that's something that you can never get over. The Bible teaches us to love your enemies, do good to those who despitefully uses you. And so I do good to many of you who literally don't need no, I shouldn't be good to you, but the Bible tells me to be good to you. The Bible tells me to love you, and I do, despite of me not wanting to. I'm compelled to because the Lord told me to, and I have to be obedient to what my Father tells me. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so now I'm giving everybody an opportunity to speak their mind. Every last person, my friends, my foes, my enemies, my loved ones, everybody, anybody, to speak your mind. You got an opportunity right now to get whatever ought that you have against anybody off your chest. This is the one opportunity to do it, and then after which, I don't want to hear it no more. I really don't. And so if you're busy or whatever and stuff, this is your one opportunity. So you better make it good, because if not, then don't talk to me about it. I don't want to hear it no more. I really don't give two f's about how you feel about people, what you think about people, or whatever. This is your one opportunity, and then after that, we're moving on. Now, a lot of things has been said on the live on last night, and I have already forewarned many of you not to go up onto the panel, not to go up onto the channel and talk shit. Because, see, what you're doing is you are invoking yourself into something that has nothing to do with you. And it has nothing to do with me. So then, and to invoke me into all of this bullshit and madness, I mean, it's unconscionable to me because I ain't had nothing to do with nothing. And see, I don't need none of you to justify your actions of why you politic with me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't give two fucks what anybody say or what anybody think. You never have to justify yourself when you're politicking with me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm a grown ass man. I say what the fuck I want to say, and I do what the fuck I want to do. I don't need nobody to protect me. I don't need nobody to speak for me. I don't need nobody to stand before me or anything, you know, and especially try to justify anything to anybody. Now, if you just that hollow and things, well, then that's upon you. That ain't got shit to do with me. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know, it doesn't have nothing to do with me. And so I just wanted to make that clear to everybody. You know, if Negroes don't like what is being said or whatever, well then that's fine. That's hey, that's your problem. That ain't mine. But never have to justify yourself to anybody just because you're politicking with me. I don't give a fuck what the people think about me. I don't give a fuck what the people say about me. I really don't give two fucks. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if you're going to politic with me, you're going to politic with me wholesomely. And if you're not going to politic with me, well, then get your ass on and go and be about and do about what you do. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know? So I just wanted to put some things out there in the air, and I just wanted to make it crystal clear to the people, you know, nobody speaks for Edward Joseph, period. Don't give a fuck who it is. Nobody speaks for me. Nobody stands before me. Nobody has to protect me. I'm my own man. I am grown. I say what the fuck I want to say, and I do what the fuck I want to do. And that's just it. And if Negroes don't like it, well, don't, who gives a fuck? Do you understand what I'm saying? So there's some shit that happened last night on the live that I really didn't like, and my name was invoked into a conversation that had shit to do with me. I don't give two fucks what the people say. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I don't give two fucks what the people say. I don't give a fuck what they spread about me. I don't give a fuck what they say about me. I don't give a fuck. Do you understand what I'm saying? So never come on nobody's live to justify why you politicking with me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't need nobody to stand in my behalf. I'm a grown fucking man. I say what I say, I do what I do, and I can handle my own. I don't need nobody to stand in behalf of me to speak for me, or I don't need you to justify anything of why you politicking with me. I mean, shit, if you feel embarrassed about it, about politicking with me, take your ass on. I don't need you around me. I don't need you to call me. I don't need you to text me. I don't need you to do a goddamn thing. You know? See, I kept my cool because I didn't want to go and take it to a whole nother level, which I could have in things, but I didn't appreciate it. And I just wanted to speak to that. Nosy Bug had came to, I came to Nosy Bug's channel on last night. And I came to Nosy Bug's channel for a reason. And that was to encourage her and to support her. Nosy Bug's live was only supposed to be about how she felt. It had nothing to do with anybody else. But then she opened up the doors to all of that. And when she opened up the doors, then people came in. And I put a warning in my channel and I said that, okay, you guys want to come up at your own peril. Now, when the people start to home in on your asses and start talking about you and stuff, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want. I don't want you to bring none of that shit to me because it ain't got nothing to do with Edward Joseph. It has everything to do with what Nosy Bug felt and said about the people. Now, when Nosy Bug invoked my name in it and stuff, me and Nosy Bug, we talked, and we had our little spats, which had nothing to do with none of you, you know, and we got clarity out of confusion. And I told Nosy Bug, I said, "Ma'am, I said, you want to be accusatory of me. You want for me to apologize. You want me to say this and that and the other. But then what does the title says? It says speak your mind and never apologize. What the fuck am I apologizing for? I don't need to apologize because I didn't do shit. And if I did shit, then I will apologize. I asked Nosy, but what the fuck did I do? She kept, well, you know what you did, Mr. E. You said this and that and the other and so on and so forth. And I said, well, Nosy Bug, help me to remember, help me to understand because I don't remember. I do remember when you first came to my channel, I greeted you with open arms. I embraced you. I loved on you. I treated you just like family and things. But then at some point in time, you branched up and you got with the hilarious and nefarious, and then you doxed me. You talked about me. You talked about my family. You said all of this salacious madness about me. But see, you apologized, and I forgave you for that. Because see, the thing is, you did that, not me. Now, later on, when shit hit the fan about whatever and stuff, now you're saying that, I talked about your family. I said this and that and the other, and I hurted you. But then you kept saying to me, well, Mr. E, you need to apologize. I never got an apology for what you did. And I'm saying, Nosy Bug, hey, what am I apologizing for? Because I don't remember. You're forcing it upon me to remember. You are telling me that I know what I'm saying, and I just don't want to say it because I just don't want to remember because I got selective memory. And I said, well, let me go back to the live and let me see what I had said. And then if I had said something out of pocket that I need to apologize for, then okay, I have no problem in apologizing. But I'm not going to apologize for something that I really don't have no recollection on. And so she just kept pressing the issue and pressing the issue and pressing the issue and things till finally later on in her rant, the truth came out. The truth came out. And the truth came out about what she did and not what I did. It came out. And then I told her, I said, there's your answer right there, because it wasn't Edward Joseph who did it. It was you. It was because of you, and it was because of your actions is why shit hit the fan, and why I retaliated, and why I said whatever I said to you and about your family. It was never about Edward Joseph. It was about you. You said it. You did it. I reacted, and that's what it is. And so I spoke my mind. And I never had to apologize for me speaking my mind because I spoke my mind. And that's the title of this live, peoples. Speak your mind and never apologize. Now, if you're wrong, well, then you need to apologize. But if you're not wrong, well, I am not yielding an apology to nobody. And I don't give two fucks if Nosy Bug get pissed off about this or whatever and stuff, because at the end of the day, I ain't did nothing wrong. I haven't did nothing wrong to none of you people. Period. Because we're going to take it back to the beginning. In the very beginning, when each and every one of you came and you guys came to my channel, spoken in my channel, subscribed to my channel, or whatever you did, I greeted each and every one of you with salutations. I greeted each and every one of you with blessings. I greeted each and every one of you with love and respect. I did that. And so during the course of, the many months and years or whatever and things and stuff, shit hit the fan. And people got all pissed off and stuff. But what the fuck was you getting pissed off for? It wasn't me. What did I do to you to piss you off? See, the thing was, you motherfuckers was like little bots. You motherfuckers was like little ants and roaches and fleas and flies and shit. Because you were carrying the shit from one place to another. Oh yeah, you was all over everybody's goddamn channel, spreading all of this salacious madness and whatnot and stuff about me and about everybody else. Let's just be real. You didn't see me up on all of these people's channels and stuff, putting everybody down and stuff. You never seen that, people's. I don't go on people's channels and start homing in on people and browbeating people and stuff. So you can't show me no proof whatsoever that I, Edward Joseph, ever even did that. See, that's where you are wrong, and that's where you're at fault and stuff. Because see, when you want to try to get down up on me, you can't get down up on me for something I never did. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I never been hilarious or nefarious. I've never been one who will go out and spread people's business all across America. That's never me, peoples. So when you want to say that that's me, you're lying. And I'll call you out to the carpet upon that. And I tell you you're lying because you're lying. You are a motherfucking liar. And I'll tell you that in your goddamn face. You're a fucking liar. Niggas all the time want to put me in shit that I ain't got nothing to do with. And I spoke to every last one of you motherfuckers. And the things that you guys told me, did it ever get back to you from another source? It never did. Because I don't sit back and I don't browbeat the people. Now, how you are is how you are, you know? And how you are, I'll speak to that. But I'm not going to sit up here and go and talk to other people and stuff and say all of this salacious madness about you and shit ain't true. You know, Edward Joseph don't do that. I don't sit around and gossip about the people and shit. That's not me, people. It's not me. I don't spread madness. Tell this person then to go back and tell this person to go back to tell this person to go back to tell this person when I'm politicking with all of you motherfuckers. You know, and then you're gonna try to invoke me into some shit that I ain't even had shit to do with. Y'all try to twist the narrative. Y'all try to make me out to be the scapegoat, and that's not going to happen, peoples. It's not going to happen. So I say, you know, you can talk about me as much as you want and stuff. I don't give a fuck. You know, you can say whatever you want about my mama. You can say whatever you want about my children. You can say whatever you want about me. You can say whatever you want about my baby's mama and stuff, but I don't give a fuck. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. And I don't need nobody to justify themselves for why they politic with me. Do you understand what I'm saying? See? You may politic with the goddamn world and stuff, but then when it comes down to me, I don't need you to justify why you're politicking with me. I don't need any of you motherfuckers to even speak for me. To even stand in front of me in position to try to defend me in any type of way whatsoever. You know, I'm a grown ass motherfucking man that can stand up on his own. I don't need nobody to speak for me. Period. And if you guys are embarrassed about politicking with me, all because of what some people had said, some salacious madness and stuff, well, then who gives a fuck? You can take your beloved ass on and move on, and you ain't even got to politic with me no more. I don't give a fuck. You understand what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. I don't give two rats' asses. You know? I really don't. And so Nosy Bug had spoke her truth, but that's her truth. It ain't my truth. That's her truth. Notice how when Nosy Bug had spoke, Nosy Bug had said what she felt was right. Nosy Bug said what she felt was true. But what Nosy Bug understood, and as you guys understood, she was a part of the shit that she was talking about. It was the shit that she did. It was the shit that she said. And if it wasn't for her shit, she wouldn't have been in the shit. Because if you can recall, peoples, and I think I'm going to play it back because I'm going to walk it down. I'm going to walk it down because I'm giving everybody an opportunity to come on and speak their minds and never apologize. Because see, the thing is, if you know what you know and you're standing in the right, well, then shit. What the fuck you got to apologize for? You ain't got to apologize about shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is your time now, every goddamn body, to come out and shoot your shot and to say what you need to say. Because after this, I'm leaving this shit alone. I don't want to hear about Nosy Bug. I don't want to hear about Casey. I don't want to hear about Cussin Design. I don't want to hear about T Slay. I don't want to hear about no other fucking person that you got an alt with. This is your time to speak your mind and never apologize. But if you're in the fucking wrong, well then stand up and be a man and be a woman and admit that you're wrong. Period. Now, I admit that I'm not the best of person. You know, I admit that I've been nefarious and hilarious sometimes and stuff. But I wasn't the one who started the shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, it's a big difference, peoples. Now, I have been petty sometimes and stuff. You know, I mentioned some things about some people and whatnot and put it out there and just to kind of ramp up some things and get some things going and whatnot. You know, to get some interest on my channel and stuff. But then I had to follow my own principles. And I said, you know something? No, I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to be petty. I mean, you know, I can grow my channel any other way than to bring drama and to keep putting people down in things. And see, it took me a minute to get to that point, and I've learned that. I've learned I don't have to go ahead and talk about people just to get views and clicks and numbers and stuff like that. Because the very thing I don't want my channel, I shouldn't do myself. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I had some reflections to do and whatnot, you know, and I did it. I did it, and I'm happy because even my friends and my foes that's been watching my channel had to admit themselves that they saw a difference in Edward Joseph and what he says and what he does, and I'm glad that they noticed the difference because that's what I meant. That's exactly what I meant. When I say no drama in the house, that's exactly what I mean. No drama in the house. Don't come over here with that fuck shit. But no, what do people do? They want to come with the fuck shit. And so then when I start to hammer on their ass, now they start feeling some type of way. Well, why are you feeling some type of way? I told you what I told you. And you didn't believe me. Now I got to come a different way to really, you know, make you understand what I mean. Some people they get it and some people they don't. And so now I'm giving everybody a goddamn opportunity because again, what Nosy Bug did wasn't about Edward Joseph. It was about her and her friend and how she felt and things like that. My name just happens to just come up in it for whatever reason. And I'm kind of like, well, why the fuck are these people putting my name in it when it ain't got shit to do with me? Why? That's what I was trying to figure out and understand. What What does all of what Nosy Bug was saying have to do with Edward Joseph? Nothing. Nothing at all. Period. Whatsoever. Everybody out there in God's creation knows what was said about me and stuff. And it's up to you whether you believe it or not, you know. So and it was brought up more than once. It was brought up several times and things. And I was just waiting to see, whether it was going to gain some traction and what was going to be said, because I was standing ready to just really just go off, you know, because my thing was simply this. What was your point? What was your point? You know, either you believe it or you don't. What is your point? And whatever your stance is and stuff, still, what was your point? What difference would it make in my life and what was done with me and my family? What was your point? Because at the end of the day, I'm still here. My son is going to celebrate a birthday on tomorrow. You know, my other children, they got their own places. They living their life. They're making their money. They're doing their thing and stuff. So what was the point? Did it affect Edward Joseph in any way, shape, form, or another? Does it affect the quality of my life? People, so I got a car that's sitting outside my house right now, a rent a car, all because my other car is in the shop because these motherfuckers came and broke into it. And in just a little bit of time, I'm getting ready to buy me a brand new car. So the Lord has blessed me to get this rent a car to get a taste and feel how a brand new 2005 new car feels. I never driven a car that you push the button and the car starts. I've always had a thing to where you insert the key, but now this is something different. Whole new experience. And so the Lord was just allowing me to test drive something that I'm going to have for my own. Do you understand what I'm saying? Brand new leather seats and a dashboard that when you go and reverse and stuff, you can see right behind you and you can, drive out there and stuff. And then you got a car that has a sensor on it to let you know if the cars is getting too close and things and to back off and whatnot. You got the thing that if a car is coming too close to you on a sign, warning lights flashes and stuff, slow down, avert an accident and things like this. I mean, all of these bells and whistles that, I ain't never even experienced. I mean, I have, but I'm about to have it for my home. And the Lord allowed me to get a little taste of that. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. And God is good. People's God has been good to me. So when people call themselves doxing Edward Joseph and spreading all of this salacious madness about me and my family, did it affect me? It didn't affect me, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? It didn't affect me. Didn't affect my quality of life and things. So then my question is, why did you bring it up in the first place? What was your point? What was your point in bringing it up? What was your point and what was you trying to prove? Who was you trying to prove it to? You know, I don't bend down, I don't bow down, and I don't buckle down to nobody. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, when all of you motherfuckers came to me and tried to bring me down, tried to diminish my character, tried to diminish my family, tried to diminish my children, my baby's mama, talked about my mama and all like this and stuff. You guys thought that you had me in a box. You guys thought that you was going to destroy me and my channel and whatnot. You guys thought that. But see, the thing was is that you all politic with the bitch that thought that she was gonna bring me down. You did that. You politic with her. You conjured up all of this. You played the game. You brought it to my attention. You brought it to the masses and things. And you thought that it was going to destroy me, but it didn't. Because see, the thing was is that I never played in your game. And then when I did a little bit of research and whatnot, then guess what? I found something else, and I brought it to the people's attention. And so where you couldn't find nothing of me, I found something of that individual, and I posted it. And I did the same thing to a certain degree, you know, to a certain degree. I didn't go in real deep, hard, and heavy. Didn't need to because what I posted spoke volumes. So I say this to say, people's, you can go and you can try to destroy people's character if you want to, and that's fine. That's fine because you have the prerogative. You can do whatever the fuck you want. But the thing is what I'm saying is simply this: be careful what you do or how you do to people and stuff because shit can turn up on you. And when it turns up on you, you motherfuckers don't you start here whimpering and wailing and crying. Because see, a motherfucker like me can go just as hard and bring out the proof to the truth. You know? Just as hard. And when I come after you, oh man, you better pray to God that the Lord will temper down my temper because man, I'm a beast. And see, the thing is, I never let it go until I'm good and satisfied with what I have done. And I go for the kill. I go to destroy you, and I'll never stop. And I'll come in so many different ways and fashions and stuff, and I'll get my point across. So I'm a motherfucker you really don't want to piss off. And I'm a motherfucker you really don't want to mess with because if you want to play the game, we can play the game. Let the games begin. Let the circus start to act. Let the clowns come out, you know? And then once I get finished with you, we'll see where you stand. You still going to be a clown? Are you going to be just like the lion that the ringmaster had tamed and sat your ass down in the corner and had that whip? And every time you open up your roaring mouth, snap your ass right into place and say, shut the fuck up. Stay in your lane and know your place. Now, see, that's the power that I yield because this is who I am. You know, I just have it like that. And I don't give a fuck whether you like it or not. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? Everybody all the time wants to invoke themselves into some shit that has nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing. And yes, goddamn it, I'm speaking my mind. And any of you motherfuckers can come up to the panel and speak your mind. This will be your only time. After that, I don't want to hear no more shit. I had to speak to this. Now, I'm surprised Nosy Book took that live down and stuff. You know, she spoke her mind and she took it down. Why you take it down, Mel? Keep it up there for the people to see so they understand and know what you said and stuff, you know? And then stand 10 toes down with what you say. Are you having regrets now? Don't whimper out and be a little subservient bitch. Run behind your work. I mean, go running and stuff behind that shit that you said, you know? No, don't do that. I mean, if you're gonna stand your ground, stand your ground. Stand up to these people and let them know what you say. Keep that shit up there so all of America can see. Don't just talk about it and then just go whimper out and put it on private and stuff. That's a bitch move. It's a serious bitch move to me. You know, I kept my shit up. Keep your shit up. Let the people see. You said a lot of shit in there. You said a lot of shit in there, and it literally shocked me and it shocked everybody and stuff because it was a lot of stuff that was told. And I know that you had to get it off. That's why I said humbly and not say nothing. Because I could have went off on T Slay. I could have went off on Customs. Could have went off on a lot of people who she mentioned, but I chose not to say anything. I chose to listen. Do you understand what I'm saying? I chose to listen, but others chose not to do that. Others chose to go ahead and, you know, chime out on the channel and things and stuff. But like I said, I didn't need any one of those two to even speak for me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need them to come up to the panel to say shit about Edward Joseph. I mean, you wanted to douse the flames or whatever, do that, but do that for you, but not for me. Need Nam Negro to speak for me. You understand what I'm saying? I told him, don't interject yourself into shit that ain't got nothing to do with you. But you did it anyway. Now, when they come after you, don't be looking for me to go ahead and try to stand in your defense because I'm not doing it. It wasn't my business. What was ever said and what was ever done between you two, that's your business. That's your, but it ain't had shit to do with Edward Joseph. And I'm going to speak to this. And I'm making it crystal clear right now. So then it will never happen again. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? I didn't take too kindly for that and stuff. I really didn't. I didn't take too kindly for that, peoples. See, you guys got to know and understand that if shit is not involving you, stay out of the shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? Stay out the shit. Especially if it's not involving you, stay out the shit. Now I had a young lady who come and who chimed out in my channel and said I took the wrench. Well, why in the fuck would I want to take your wrench? What have you done for me to take your wrench? No, no. See. You want to amplify things. You want to say things, and you want to start some shit. Now I've already done blocked your ass, and then I unblocked your ass. Now I'm thinking about blocking your ass again because now you want to start some shit. You want to put the attention upon you because nobody was even thinking about you, but now you want to put the attention upon you. Now, if you want me to put the attention upon you, I'll put the attention upon you. And I'll blast your ass and wouldn't really give two fucks. And I dare you or anybody in your goddamn family to say some shit. I'm just that motherfucker. I'm just that crazy. You know? You want some attention. I'll bring some attention. Now, I've already posted in our group chat, and I told you guys, stay the fuck out of her business. This is her business. It ain't had nothing to do with you guys. But you guys wanted to come onto the channel, and you guys wanted to inject your views and shit. So now when the people come for you, don't say shit to me because this ain't my business. It had nothing to do with Edward Joseph. And I told Nosy Buck that. I said, now you're inviting people into this shit. She said, oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. All right. Well, then That's up on you guys. They ain't had shit to do with me. Now I want to speak to another thing. You put your video on national TV. You accused me of doxing you and showing your picture. You accused me. And that's why you got blocked that time. You come into my live, you come into my chat, you saying all of this shit about Edward Joseph. You're gonna sue me in the fuck and this and that and that. And I'm kind of like, well, what the fuck is going on? But you accuse me of putting your picture up on national TV, but you put your video on national TV. You did that. I didn't do that. You did that. And then the young lady kept saying, well, you need to take your camera down. You need to take your camera down. So, see, people's, this is what I say. You let motherfuckers hang themselves. All you got to do is just sit back. When people are angry, people tend to go ahead and express a whole lot more than what they normally would in normal conversations. That's why I sit back and listen. And then I'll hold you to account for the shit that you say. You know? You would accuse me of doing X, Y, and Z, but then at the end of the day, you fuck yourself because you the one who bring the shit out about yourself, not me. You say it yourself. It comes from your lips. It doesn't come from Edward Joseph's lips. It comes from your lips. You embarrass yourself. You say the shit and you put your shit out there for every goddamn body to see. You do that, not me. You do that. So if many of you don't have the time, well then you might as well leave right now because I'm going to address this. I'm addressing this now. I want to give everybody opportunity to speak their piece and stuff. And then after today, I don't want to hear no more shit about nosy bug and all of this other shit that is going to be coming down the turnpike because it's going to happen. I've been on YouTube long enough to know that the shit is about to hit the fan. And there's going to be retaliatory videos that's going to be made. There's going to be shit that's going to be posted. There's going to be shit that's going to be said. And I'm telling you, I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not going to fight that fight. I did it back in the day. I'm not doing it now. And the only reason why I'm speaking to this now is because shit happens that I'm not liking. And I got to speak my mind. And I'm not going to apologize for it. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so this is your opportunity, everybody. All of you people. Come on in, say what you need to say, speak your mind to the situation, and then let's move past it because this is your grand opportunity. So don't come up here and sit and say, oh well, I ain't never had an opportunity to address this. Well, this is your opportunity now to address it. It's your opportunity now to speak to the people, say whatever you need to say to whoever, even to me. If you don't like me, shit, speak your mind. Tell me, Edward. I can't stand your ass. Blah 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 blah. What BJ was doing on the other day and stuff. And then after you said what you need to say to me or about me or whatever, then we can do one of two things. You can get the fuck out my life for all eternity, or we can put this behind us and we can politic. That's your only two options. Because if you continue, I'm gonna block your ass. After today. After today. Continue with the fuck shit. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to block your ass. That's it. I can say nothing. I'm not going to go through the shit again, peoples. Let me go ahead. I'm going to call up this live from last night. I'm going to walk it down, and I'm going to speak my mind, and I'm not going to apologize. I'm going to tell you what my take is upon that had transpired. And I understand many people probably have saw this, and many people may not have saw this. But whether you saw it or whether you're not, this is my prerogative. This is my goddamn live, and I'm going to show it, and I'm going to speak to it. Now, if motherfuckers don't want to hear it, then leave the motherfucking chat. I don't give a fuck. Is that all right, peoples? Now, this is going to be my response. All right, it's going to be my response. So let me share my screen, and we're going to talk about it, peoples. All right. Now, I can honestly say, and I don't know how many of you all really believe in this stuff, but I'm not a religious person. I'm definitely into spirituality, and I work with people's energy. And I thought I was intuitive, but maybe I need to learn some more. Okay, and so this is me trying to figure out, because I had several channels going. I was already logged in. The friendship would have ended the way it ended. So one, I was already logged in upon my phone, and so when I logged in on the computer, I couldn't come directly to her live from my phone because I was already logged in on my phone. I was on a panel on my phone. So when I went live, I was able to show her channel, but only for a certain amount of time. Then I got kicked off, and when I got kicked off, then that's when I went live and came to the panel on the computer and not my phone. And so right now, what you're seeing is her particular live. I'm streaming her live from my channel, but I am live on her panel from my phone. So that's why you're going to see this right here, and then you're going to see the live come in on the backstage, because that's when I went live on the computer and not my phone. But if I was to go and play the live from my computer, then I would get that double echo, and I didn't want to do that. So that's why I just stayed on backstage, and um, for the duration of her live, just filmed it on the backstage because I wasn't on my phone at the time. So now this is when I was on my phone. So let's listen in, peoples. She got through meeting all the people that I guess it can be overwhelming because you're meeting so many different people, emailing you about the case, sending you stuff. Yes, you get overwhelmed. You don't want to interact with everybody, but it's always good to have one person or two people that you can confide in, especially when you're working on the case. You don't want to keep spreading your energy to everybody. Okay, and so there it is right there. Me and Nosy Bug politic all the time. We was on the phone all the time. And Nosy Bug would send me a whole lot of stuff, you know, things that she had questions about and whatnot. Times to when she didn't want to go live and want the whole public to know and things. We will politic behind the scenes, and she will, we will have a fierce battle about certain things because she felt so strongly about certain things and I felt so strongly about certain things. And we will ramp up. But we never ramped up to the degree to where we literally just got so angry with each other because of what we were saying, because it was our beliefs. She couldn't change my mind, I couldn't change her mind. So we have learned to just, all right, hey, it is what it is, you know. You see this way, I see this way, and that's what it is. And it really didn't matter what other people may have said or may have thought, because it was our own personal views. And that was it. That was it. I used to politic with Nosy Book all the time. I just didn't like the fuck shit that she did, but I've learned to forgive and just let it be. Now I never forgot, but I never came back after a while to hold it up against her, because I've learned, maturity comes with age, peoples. Maturity comes with age. When you age, you learn to do better. Listen to what Jesus said. Jesus said that when I was a child, I spake as a child. I played as a child. I did childish things. But when I became a man, I put all of those things behind. So when you grow up, peoples, you learn to do better. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so it was no reason for Edward Joseph to hold anything up against Nosy Buck. Yeah, I know what she did. I know what she did. I didn't like it, but it was okay, because at the end of the day, I saw value in the, whatever you may call it, friendship, or internet ship, or Facebook ship, or YouTube ship, or however you may call the relationship. It was a mutual understanding between two strong-minded people that, hey, I have something that I want to bounce off of you. You have something that you want to bounce off of me, and we can politic, and we can go from there. And Nosy Buck knew that anything that she brought to me about Kanika Jenkins, she already knew that I was going to be on it. She already knew that I was going to do my research. She already knew that I was going to talk about it, because that's what's heavily invested I was for 7+ years with Kanika Jenkins case. And the content that she gave me, she already knew that if anybody's going to do their due diligence, I was. Didn't matter about Nosy Buck. I mean, it didn't matter about T Slay or anybody. Shit, I had to see it for myself. I don't take people's narratives and run with people's narratives. People have their own narratives and people have their own beliefs. That's fine, but it doesn't equate to me. You know, I have my own thoughts, my own views about it and stuff, and I always express why I think and feel such. Many of you people say things about Kanika, but you can never fully express and explain to the people why you say such. And this is where the confusion always is. Now, you may not like my narrative. You may not like what I say. You may not like what I think. You may not like what I do. That's fine. But I challenge you. Come to the panel and explain in great detail why you believe X, Y, and Z, and make it make sense. But many of you can't do that. Many of you draw back. Many of you tend to go ahead and just throw little bones and pieces out there and stuff, and just thinking that just because you said it is law. No, just because you said it don't mean shit to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't give two rats asses how all of you feel about the Kanika Jenkins case and what you say or what you think, because I have my own mind and I analyze it, I view it in the manner to which I see it. And just because you said it, it doesn't make it law to me. I don't give two rats asses what the people think. I'm talking about Edward Joseph. And Edward Joseph is just not going to take what every goddamn body say to me as law and believe it and then share your shit. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I'm not going to share your shit if I don't believe it myself. I got to get a greater understanding for myself. And if it doesn't connect with me, well, God damn it, you know what I'm going to say about it. And I'm going to speak my mind about it. And I'm not going to even feel bad about it, because it's my prerogative to speak my mind. and never apologize behind it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't have to take for face value what people say, you know? That's the misconception many of you have. We can politic, but we see things differently. We can argue, fuss, and fight, but then that's cool. I mean, but it should never have to rise to the point to where you're falling out of friends because you have a disagreement. What sense does that make? I have a disagreement with all of my moderators. I have a disagreement with a lot of people who I talk with and stuff. But that don't never rise to the level to where it's goddamn, we over here holding grudges and throwing bats and balls and the kitchen sink and shit like that, and falling out of friends because we disagree. You see it your way, I see it my way. I stand 10 toes down with what I say. You stand toes down with what you say. And when we at that impasse, okay, well, it is what it is. And so, that's what it is. And so when I go live, I give you the opportunity to come and shoot your shot. Now, if you don't want to shoot your shot, that's fine. You want to go to your live and shoot your shot? Hey, go to your live and shoot your shot. I ain't coming over there. I'm not going to bother you. Because whatever I need to say, I can say it on my own channel. I can post it for all to see and for all to know what my stance is, regardless of what you think or what you say. It is not incumbent upon me and it's not bearing upon me, peoples. I really don't give two fucks, to be honest with you. I mean, so it ain't no reason to get mad because I feel the way that I feel. And that's what it is. And that's what the people don't understand. Every motherfucker at some point in time, all the time, wants to impress upon you their views and they want you to see it their way. I get it. Everybody do it. I don't do it. And I tell you why I don't do it because, again, and this is why I always put out the addendum, you don't have to believe me. This is my narrative. This is my thoughts. This is my views. This is what I think. This is what I say based upon what was given to me. So how is that forcing anybody to make them believe what you're saying? It's not. You stupid because you're taking the shit that I'm saying out of context. I'm telling you, and you still don't want to acknowledge what I'm telling you, and you still want to make a big stink behind what I'm saying. Only stupid people do that. Stupid people will never listen, and they will take every goddamn thing that you say out of context, and then they will run the fuck with it. And they will change every goddamn thing that you're saying to try to make it seem like now you're the villain behind it. When I told you from the beginning, this is my thoughts, this is my views. I say what I need to say. I'm always going to stand 10 toes down up on it and what I believe. If you got something that can change my mind, well, then, goddamn it, you're good. But if you don't have it, well, then, you say what you need to say. I really don't give two fucks. Tell you the truth. And that's it. I mean, what is it that you want me to say? I mean, I don't give two fucks. Because when my mind is set up on something, people's, yes, I'm open to what other people's are saying. But again, if that shit doesn't make sense to me, it has to make sense to me. And I come every which way to try to bring out the very essence of what you're trying to convey. So I ask you questions. And then I change the scenario. I change the narrative to a certain degree to where I'm trying to get a greater understanding. And if you can't understand what I'm trying to do, and you get pissed off because I'm doing what I do, well, then that's up on you. Because you don't even have enough to even make it make sense to me. And if it ain't make sense to me, I goddamn know good damn well that it ain't making sense to you. I know it's not. And I prove it every time that it's not. See, people, this shit just didn't come. And no, I'm not narcissistic. No, I'm not high and mighty. No, I don't think I'm on a pedestal and trying to make it seem like I'm all that in a cup of tea. But God damn it, I am all that in a cup of tea to me. Maybe not to you, but to me, I am. To me, I think I got a good mind upon my head. I think that I'm well versed in a lot of things, and I'm very analytical and methodical, and I can smell bullshit a mile away. I think I'm good in that. I mean, shit, it took me all of these many years to develop this type of instinct in things, and I call it out for what it is. And if it stinks in my nostrils, well, then, God damn it, it stinks in my nostrils. That's just the way I feel. Why are you getting pissed off behind what I feel? And I'm glad many of you motherfuckers is chiming out and leaving the chat and coming back when you think that I'm off this rant. Don't think that I'm not watching. Don't think that I'm not seeing what you're doing and stuff, because see, you don't want to hear the shit, but this directed to you motherfuckers. See? You'll come back and watch it. You may not see it now, but you'll come back and you'll watch the whole entire live, and then you'll get pissed off all over again. And that's good. And this is the whole purpose of me saying it, because I got to speak my mind, and I'm never going to apologize.
But if you can lock it down to 2 or 3 people, that's a good number that you can like say what you need to say and know that it's going to be safe in that circle of being said, whatever. So I thought we had that. Now, mind you, I told T Slay this because I don't know how it came up, but when we first met, like when I was on Mr. E's channel and she was over there with Customs channel, that's her team. Her and Custom was a team. Me and Mr. E was a team. I'm not on his team so that I can root for them to win. That's not how that works. So yeah, when he was dogging them, I was dogging them, but I wasn't dogging them as hard as he was. But I was throwing in my little lick shots and my little verbal insults, whatever, but nothing too harsh. Because again, I'm admiring this young lady and her work, and I'm hoping one day that I'm gonna meet her. So I'm not gonna diss her too hard. But Mr. E didn't get no fucks. That's just Mr. E. So while she was over there and things was happening with her in Customs, I'm telling Mr. E, well, I don't understand this. I don't know why she's doing this. Well, how come he's doing this? And I think we were all, not just Mr. E, I think we were all trying to figure out the dynamics between her and Customs, because it was a very unique match.
Now, did you hear what she said? She said that she was on my channel and we were shooting our shot, saying what we need to say and stuff, and you know, things like that and stuff. And so she was throwing her little shots, but she wasn't going in as hard as I was and stuff. Because like Nosy Buck said, I don't want to go in so hard because I never know if I'm going to politic with these people at a later date. Okay, well, yeah, she didn't know that she was gonna leave my channel and go to their channel and politic with Slay and things. And well with me, I don't give a fuck whether I politic with you or not. Because I'm always going to keep it real and 100. I'm always going to tell you what I say, what I mean, and what I feel. And if that bothers you, well then shit, that bothers you. I don't give two fucks. Really. Because see, I politic with everybody. And I understand that everybody is not going to like what Edward Joseph says or what Edward Joseph does. But I don't give two fucks because I am always going to be me. Whether I politic with you or not, I'm always going to be me, and that will never change. And so my thing is, people, is either you're going to accept me for who I am or you don't. And if you don't accept me for who I am, well then fuck you too. Simple. Fuck you too. Fuck you, fuck your mama, you know? I ain't going below that, but fuck you, fuck your mama. Shit. And then your daddy can kiss my ass. I'll just put it that way. No, no Diddy. But no, I'm never going to change for nobody. Shit. So I don't even know understand why people want to even try to change Edward Joseph when that's never going to happen. People's, it's never going to happen. Now, if my mama and my daddy can tolerate me for being the way that I am, why can't you? You know. And I didn't even get beat for being who I am. You know. Now I wasn't disrespectful and things. I was a loving child. But a lot of injustice has been played for me as a child, you know, and that's this is one of the reasons why I am the way that I am and stuff because I had a lot of people tell me what to do as a child and I couldn't fight back. But now as a man, shit, try to tell me that shit now and see what you get. So as she said, she was politicking with me at one point. Me and Nosy Bug, we was very cool. Very cool. Talked on the phone and stuff, and politicked about the Kanika Jenkins case and shit. And she was trying to get a greater understanding, and I was trying to get a greater understanding, and we both meshed and we both clashed, and that's what it is. But I've always respected Nosy Bug. Always respected her. So let's listen in, peoples.
But they made it work for as long as they could make it work. And then when it didn't work anymore, somehow I remember exactly, but it's too much of a story. Me and T Slay linked up. So we linked up. The vibe is good. We're talking, we're speaking, we're building a bond. The bond was so much so to I could call her at 2 in the morning. She could call me at 3 in the morning. It was nothing. I'm going to answer. She's going to answer. It got to the point where personal issues started to come into play. Now, I remember T Slay, she said this to me. She said, I'm going to send you she was sending me something personal. And it was almost like, bitch, this is the beginning of our friendship because I'm trusting you. I'm sending this to you. So I'm letting you know that I'm letting my guard down to let you in because if I wasn't choosing to let you in, I wouldn't be giving you this personal information.
Now, bear in mind, people. So what I had stated on the other day, I've stated something on the other day, and I told the people, you know, y'all, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and show this up because this is exactly what I meant. Let me go and show this, peoples. Okay, send a one-time chat. Y'all, hold on because I got to get my cell phone. All right, let me punch in this number. Okay, did you guys send it? No, you didn't send it. Did you send it to my phone? Nope, you didn't send it. Okay, resend the code. Okay, code is sent. Here's your code. Yep, this was me. Here's the code. Okay. Uh, here. All right. I can log into my. I don't want to create that now. I've already created and you didn't do shit. So, all right. Okay. Here, let me just create it. Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So let me go back to this, peoples. I'm gonna go back to this because this is what I posted. This is what I posted in my group chat, and this is what I meant. Y'all give me a second. I'm almost there. All right. Let me see. No, that's not it. I need to download this because I need to put this as one of my right here. I need to download this because I need to post this as one of my things here. No, here. Let me do this. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna copy it and then I'm gonna keep it so I don't have to keep coming back to the live chat. I mean to my chat room. All right, let me copy this and I'm gonna say keep my life quiet. All right, keep my life quiet. That's going to be it. There it is. All right, let me go and let me go to my thing right here. Let me go image file and keep my life quiet. Let me call that up. There it is right there. Okay. It says keep my life quiet. It says I keep my personal life quiet. So I don't so don't think you know me. You only know what I'll allow you to. Okay? That's what it says right there. People, it says I keep my personal life quiet. So when people want to say that they know Edward Joseph to any degree, you only know what I'll allow you to know. You don't know no more than that. I don't share all of my business with everybody. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I don't expect the people to share all of their business with me. But whatever personal business I share with the people, which I did, it never got back to me. And so that means that I trust you just that much more. For me to share any personal business with you, that means I got to have some great faith in you to share anything about my life, and I shared a lot with people. Now, I didn't share all of my little innermost secrets and details and things like that and stuff, but there were some things that in my life that I did share about, my family growing up, about my mom, about my dad, about my kids. And certain people know that about me, but it never got back to me. So if I shared that with you, that's letting you know, if you didn't already know, you're something special to me, and I honor our friendship because anybody knows, anybody who knows me to any level knows I don't share shit. you know, I really don't because I see how motherfuckers is. I shared shit with people and people shared shit with me, and it never got back to nobody else. You know, and if it ever gets back to somebody else, well, then you know who did it. And if shit do get back to you, then you know who did it. And if the shit that you shared with me never got back to you, well, then you know it wasn't me. You know, because I'm not that hollow person. I'm not going to go back and share shit with people that doesn't need to know. That's why I don't share a lot of my personal life with people. You know, and it's not like I'm a secret, and but I'm not an open book either. I'm not. Uh, I already understood that people use these things to try to bring you down, try to keep you in a box, try to manipulate you and do all of this stuff. But you only know what I want you to know. So when people are sharing shit about me and they think that that's actual factual and true, well, just know it didn't come from me. Because anything that I share, I already know that it won't be shared with everybody. And if they ever violate that trust, you'll never have a second chance. Period. That's it. That's it. It's done. It's over. You know, you ain't never going to speak to me no more. You know, so you ain't never got to worry about that. If I share shit with anybody, and it ever gets back to me, some personal shit that I shared with you, well, just understand you'll never get another opportunity to share any shit with about me again because you'll never speak to me again. Period. That's a one time only. That's a done deal. That's a deal breaker. That's it. Nah, I can't trust you. Uh, I don't deal with people, and this is just who I am as a person. I don't deal with people when I'm sharing personal things with you, and now another person knows, and another person knows, and another person knows. Even if it's just one person who knows, and I told you in confidentiality, and you shared that shit, and it comes back to me, and I can validate that shit because I've only told you, you fucking stupid. You stupid. You violated my trust. And when you did that, you'll never speak to me ever again. Never. Now, I'll forgive you, but I will never speak to you no more. You know, I'll just move on. So, for all of the people who know me on a certain level, if any shit gets back to you, you feel that I said it, well, you better make goddamn sure that it was from me and not you blabbing your shit to other people. Because I'm not that motherfucker. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I don't do that. I think that's a violation, major violation. That yes, it can be forgiven, but it will never be to the degree to why I ever talk to you again. Because I don't have shit to say. Because you're just like a leaky faucet that just runs water, even if it's just a drip. That's some fuck shit, man. That's some serious fuck shit. So now I get it. Now T Slay has gotten comfortable with Nosy Bug. And so now T Slay letting her guard down and she had shared some shit and whatnot, um, and things. And so now we're beginning to see the bond developed between them. And see, the thing is, peoples, I even told my moderators when we all got up on the instant message the very first time, my first group of moderators, for the very first time, I told them all unequivocally and undeniably, I said, do not share no personal shit. Don't share your numbers, don't share your emails, don't do none of that shit. Just come on here, talk to each other, get to know each other. Let it, a year go by, because within a year, a lot of shit is going to happen. It's not always going to be lovey-dovey. We friends, and we family, and we this and that and the other. You're going to have a blowout. And when you have a blowout, if you can come back together, well, goddamn, you some real people. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you can have a blowout with somebody and then you guys come back and you forge that bond, you some real people, man. I respect you all to the hilt, because it takes real people to learn how to put all of this madness behind and move forward. Some people can't do that. Now, I'm not talking about on the lines of what I just discussed. I'm talking about on the lines that's, this internet. All of this shit is internet. All of this, well, you said my name, you talked about me, and you did this, and that. All of this shit is internet. You know, that's all it is. It's internet. And so shit is going to happen on the internet. And so you can't take it to heart when it's just internet. It's just internet bullshit. And we all been through it. But we all learned from it. And we learned to put that shit behind and move on, to do greater things. But if you're going to hold shit up against me for 2.5 years and then bring it out, well, goddamn. I'm glad that you brought it out, but goddamn. You're holding on that shit for 2.5 years, and then finally you broke the spigot, and now the rivers of waters is flowing, and all of this stuff is coming out, and I'm kind of like, well, shit. Man, some of you people are a little bit more honorary than I thought. Now, I ain't never saying that. I'm not going to say no more that I know you, but what I am going to say is what I know of you. Shit, you got some serious stuff going on. To hold a grudge against a person for that long, damn. Let's listen then, peoples. I just had to speak. I had to speak to this and things because, again, many of you keep proclaiming that you know me, but if you know me, well, then you already know of the things that I have said and the things that I've done. And I've never changed, peoples. Ever since many of you really got to know me on a more personal level, you know that I've never changed. I never changed from the way that I speak. I never changed from the way that I act. I never changed from the things that I do. I've never changed. Never changed nothing. I may have got a little bit more calmer. I may not cuss a lot and stuff. But for the most part, all the other stuff, I never changed. I never changed the way that I talk. Never changed the way that I act. All of the conversations, I'm all the time saying the various things that I've been saying from the very beginning that you have ever even spoke to me. Never changed that. I'm not a chameleon. I'm not this person one day and this person the next day, like Nosy Buck tried to make me out to be. No, because all of the behaviors that I have exhibit with her, I've already exhibited with you all. You want to come with this fuck shit, I'm going to be on your shit. You want to come into my life and be disruptive with all of this nefarious and hilarious madness and stuff, I'm going to be on your shit. Yeah, I'm going to change when that happens, because now you're disrupting my peace. Now you're disrupting my flow. When I'm giving a narrative, you want to call me, you want to text me, you want to do this and that and the other. I keep telling you, motherfuckers, don't call me, don't text me, don't bother me while I'm giving my narrative. But many of you continue to keep doing that shit. Now, when I go off the hinge on your ass, then now you thought that I done did something totally, but I gave you the goddamn warning in the beginning. Don't do the shit. Respect me when I'm telling you. But many of you want to challenge me. And then when you do that, and then when I haul up on your ass, now you feel some type of way. But you got it deservingly because I told you, stupid ass, in the beginning, don't do the things that bothers me. I won't do the things that bothers you. So if I'm not doing the things that bothers you, don't do the things that bothers me. There's some things that I do when I'm in my narrative and I'm on live with the people, don't fucking bother me. It ain't that serious. The only time to bother me if it's something that literally goes with what I am saying, and you just have to get that in to add to it. Okay, that's the only time that is acceptable. But to get on some other fuck shit, man. Come on now, peoples. How many times have Edward Joseph have went live and you guys did that shit and I'm screaming and hollering, stop calling me, stop texting me with all of this bullshit and nonsense that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Now you fucking irritating me. And you think I'm not going to go off behind that? That never changed, peoples. But I warned you in the beginning. But you continue to do it. Now I'll haul up on your ass. Now you feel some type of way. I don't give a fuck. And then you think you're going to battle me in here and you think you're going to win. No, you're always going to lose. Peoples, I'm the owner of this channel. I'm the one who pays these motherfucking bills every month. I don't see nobody cash apping me $5, $10 and stuff to help the channel so I can pay the bills for StreamYard and shit. To pay for the memory, pay for the upgrade and upkeep, pay for all of the system software that I need to do the lives and shit. I don't see nobody doing that shit. So if all of the expenses and everything, the time and effort is coming off of me, well, God damn it, yeah, I got it's my prerogative, and I say what I want to say. I do what I want to do. I'm the motherfucker of the ship, and I'm keeping it afloat. And so I have every right to say I do whatever the fuck I please, regardless of how you feel. Now, until your ass get up and start supporting the channel, you ain't got shit to say. It behooves me how motherfuckers will go on to other people's channel and tell them what the fuck they need to do on their channel. And you ain't lifted up not one dime, not one finger to help out with the upkeep of the channel. People say it is a cost to run a live. I make it look simple, but it's time, it's effort. And then you develop your talent the more that you go live, the more that you do things and stuff, because it's hard to try to keep people's attention. But it's a gift that I have. It just comes natural. A lot of people love to hear Edward Joseph. A lot of people love to see what I do and things, and this is what I do. Now, many of you may find it entertaining. That however it floats your boat and however it hits you, that's fine. But at the end of the day, it's what I want to do. It's not forced, it's not coerced by no other person other than it's what Edward Joseph wants to do. And I tell you people all the time, don't fucking come to my live and tell me what the fuck I can do on my goddamn channel. That is a quick way to get your ass blocked for all eternity out of here. I dealt with that shit all of my life. I'm not dealing with that shit no more, and especially not for you. Peoples. You really want to get under my skin? Come to my live and tell me what to do, and then watch what happens. That gets under my skin big time, peoples. You want to see a whole different side of Edward Joseph? Come to my fucking live and tell me what the fuck I need to do. And then I will tell you where to go, and then I will eject your ass out of here from all eternity, never to return. Period. It's just things that we don't cross, people's. And I look at it like this: if I'm not fucking with you, why are you fucking with me? If I'm not bothering you, why are you bothering me? It's just that simple, people's. Don't come into my lives with all of this fuck shit, and I won't have nothing to say to you. But when you want to think that you want to be big and bad and bold and come with all this fuck shit and that we're Joseph, let's talk live, well then I'm going to put you in your place. And then I'm going to eject your ass for all eternity. I'm just not going to tolerate it. Period. Not now, not ever. And it ain't my loss, it's your loss. You know, I don't give a fuck. And maybe that's the reason why many of you love me so much because I really don't give a fuck. You know, I do. I have a heart, peoples. I have a heart. I do. I care about all of you. You know, I care about the things that you say and stuff. But at the end of the day, you know, you're only going to allow in so much, and then the rest you just have to discard. So that's why I have this I don't give a fuck attitude because I'm not going to overwhelm myself with all of your bullshit and nonsense. So that's why I just say I don't give a fuck. And in most cases, I really don't. I really don't pay attention to a lot of the shit that you guys say. It just goes in one ear, out the other, and then I'm just doing what I do. You know, because if I start paying attention to every goddamn thing that many of you say, man, I'll be a bad case. I'll be up on here like Nosy Bug expressing herself in a manner to what she did. But that's Nosy Bug situation. I set my ass back and I've listened. And when you listen, peoples, god damn it, you'll learn a lot. And I've learned a lot. Now let's listen in, peoples, to what Nosy Bug had to say because this is what she said. And it came from her lips, not mine's. And this is what she said.
So it was at that point that I had a decision to make and say, okay, am I going to accept her or am I going to keep her on the fence and still kick it with Mr. E? It was an awkward space because Mr. E was on the live, like dogging her every other fucking hour on the hour. So how am I supposed to be her friend or try to be her friend, but still be cool with him and have to listen to him call her all kind of names? That's not a good look. So once she said this, I said, okay, I have a choice to make. And I made the choice and I chose Slay. All right. So basically after Mr. E did what he did to me, it was an easy choice to make because I was hurt based off of me asking him a question and then him responding and talking about my family when all I did was ask him about the videotape. So after that, I said, well, fuck him. I'm gonna just fuck with Slay. So then me and Slay is doing our thing. Y'all seen us on Miss Fred the Jig, his live or whatever. Everything was golden. Everything was good. So it got to the point where a lot of people was letting go of Kanika. And Slade kept saying, I don't know how to let her go. I'm emotionally attached, as many of us are or were. I wasn't attached as most people because like y'all was doing real research. I was doing research, but I was keeping it to myself and just collecting shit. I wasn't like making a live, going out on a limb, trying to create a narrative because I still don't know what the fuck happened. So I never wanted to create a channel to try and give a perspective that I really couldn't give because I don't fucking know what happened. But if I make a friend and she's covering the case, whatever her narrative is, I'm going to try and find what I can to try and support your narrative. Even if I don't agree with it, I'm still going to ride hard for you because I want you to get your point across. So whatever information I come across that I think might uplift and push your narrative forward, I'm going to do that. Now, Slay knows that I didn't support everything that she believed in as far as that case goes. That was not a secret. But nonetheless, again, if I found something that I thought would help support her narrative, I was going to share it with her. Okay. So now, okay, I guess we done made it through a year and we're on the second year. Like, honestly, y'all, I think we might have been cool. I know it was definitely at least 2 years. It might be over that, but I can say at least 2 years. All right. So we're cool. I changed my number, gave her the new number. She done changed her number. Like, we kicking it. We cool. Talking about our kids, talking about personal issues, shit that we're each going through, and providing comfort and support as friends do to each other. It doesn't matter what time. You can call me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we had. So then when she decided to step away or to try and walk away from the case, that was hard for her. That was really hard for her. And I, to this day, don't think I can relate because I was not in that deep. I was in deep, but never that deep where putting a file down or not doing research was going to affect my mental state.
Now, understand, people, is that they were so close to the degree to where, shit, I couldn't call Nosy Book at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning and she'll answer and talk to me. I mean, I can call her, but I had to call her at appropriate times and stuff. But so our friendship never expanded to that degree to where, shit, I can just, like, okay, pick up the phone any given time and stuff and she'll answer. But she did it for Slay. So I get it. See, I'm a male and she's a female. And so if I'm calling about that time of the morning and stuff, well, shit, in people's eyes, they'd be thinking, oh, okay, so, he wants to be into, a little something, something. Well, but that wasn't the case because I never called that no 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Had no need to. I was asleep, worrying about my own business and doing my own thing and whatnot. Because wasn't no case that important to where I need to be called that time in the morning and be talking about a case. Okay, so our relationship didn't extend to the degree to where it extended with T Slay. Now, they're two great ladies, and if that's what they did, that's what they did. They called them 2 3 o'clock in the morning. That's shocking to me, but I'm like, okay, you took that friendship to that level. Wow. But me, I know it couldn't have been that way because, see, I'm a male and everybody looks it differently. Yeah. I'm getting a call at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning from a female and stuff, regardless of whatever it is and stuff. It's just, people look at it differently. And even it can be so innocent. But that's the relationship that they built. Okay. I get it. I understand it. But did you hear what she said? She never really explained in great detail as to why she left my channel to go with Slay. But she did. And she was right. I was always on Slay shit. I was all the time talking about Slay and, calling her names and shit like that because, again, I was very irritated about the narrative that she was putting out there about Kanika. And in my heart, I said, this is some false bullshit. And there's no reason why anybody should come on out and speak this such nonsense and stuff and can't prove her stance. That's all I asked her to do. Prove her stance. Prove. Show me one picture that Kanika was ever at the Marriott. Show me one picture that Monifa Shemaya Abribri was ever at the Marriott. Just one picture. Not this bullshit that in this fuzzy video that they were supposed to be at the Marriott, and now you can see a goddamn pool out of a window and shit. I mean, come on, people. And then many of you believe that shit. And that's why I called you all hilarious and nefarious, because that's bullshit. And even your stupid ass couldn't even show me all the people that Monifa, Shemaya, Irene, or even Kanika was ever at the Marriott. All I said was just show your proof. Show something. Show a goddamn picture. You couldn't do it. But yet, you wanted to sit up here and say all of this salacious madness that had nothing to do with the Kanika Jenkins case. Y'all made it personal when it came down to me. See, you could never fight me up on the merits when it comes down to the Kanika Jenkins case, because you know I'll make mincemeat up on you, and I'll run a ring around your head, and I'll have your head spinning. I will embarrass the fuck out of you and wouldn't even think twice about it. So you couldn't challenge me upon the case. You knew you couldn't, and I knew you couldn't. So it really didn't make no difference to me. And that's why you guys came with personal attacks. And even today, you still couldn't. That's why you still come with personal attacks. So I don't know the real reason why Nosy Bug left, because I never did nothing to Nosy Bug. You know, never did. Always treat the girl with respect, love, and dignity. You know, and I'm glad that I did, because I feel good about myself, knowing that I treated her right and treated her like a lady that she is. Now I know everybody have some things to say about Nosy Bug and stuff based upon what she did and stuff, and you know, but that's your personal views and opinions about Nosy Bug. It ain't got no bearing upon Edward Joseph. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know, that shit has nothing to do with me. And so I told Nosy Bug that I don't have nothing against you, man. You know, even in the midst of all of this bullshit that was going on, I still don't have nothing against you. But as far as Slade was concerned, I didn't like the narrative, and I was calling her out. And however way that I had got what I needed to say about her out, well, then that's what it was, you know. And if it affected her, well, God damn it, that ain't my business either. It affected her, and if she wanted to speak up against it or speak to it and stuff, well, then the wrath will come down upon her, because I told her, stay out my fucking business. Whatever I'm saying about Slay has nothing to do with you. Period. Well, obviously, you know, the ties has changed, because she developed a friendship with her, and it gotten to the point to where the more I talked about her, the more she got irritated. Okay, well now we are I won't say enemies, but we are jousting up against each other now, because for the simple fact, now you tend to want to side with them. You tend to want to side with them for whatever reason. Now you're getting the brunt of my wrath, because now, since you are no longer on my channel politicking with me, and you're with her and things, and you're expressing her views and opinion, well, then I'm gonna hammer on your ass as well. I'm gonna tell you what I feel about you and the narrative that you're spreading. And it wasn't personal, peoples. It wasn't personal. It wasn't nothing but internet. It was nothing but internet. You understand? But it only got personal when she made it personal. And then when she made it personal, well, then, yeah, I had to take up the gloves. And I warned her many times. I can go back to the live and play the live, because I warned Nosy Bug many times that, man, so don't fuck with me. You know, you want to say all of this shit. You want to do all this shit. Don't fuck with me. I will bury your ass big time. And I will hurt you so bad to where it will hurt like a knife. But she kept on challenging, kept on challenging, kept on challenging. And because she was listening to T Slay and all of them, well, then the dagger was thrown. And when I came out with what I said and stuff, it cut like a knife. And it hurted her to the core. And I really didn't give a fuck because, again, I warned her. See, the Bible teaches us warning comes before destruction. Well, she had her warning, and then after I did what I did, it was destruction. But it wasn't like I didn't warn her, and I warned her many times. I got the proof because I can go back and play back the live to tell her, Nosy Bug, leave me the fuck alone, Nosy Bug. Don't bother into the shit that has nothing to do with you. Whatever is being said has everything to do with me and T Slade. No, she didn't want to abide by that. She wanted to go and be hilarious and nefarious. And so she got what she got. She got her ass handed on a silver platter, and I didn't give a fuck how she felt. You know, I didn't. I didn't give a fuck how she felt. I handed her ass on a silver platter. That's what it was. Accepted like a bitch. Like a real motherfucker would. And I'm talking about a woman. Accepted like a bitch. Because you want to come like a bitch, I'm gonna treat you like a bitch. Since you said that you that bad bitch, well, I'm gonna treat you like one and hand it to you on a silver platter and spoon feed it to you. And that's exactly what happened, peoples. Was I mad because she left my channel for no for T Slay? Yeah, yes, I was. But I didn't take it personal because it wasn't nothing but internet. But before she left, I warned Nosy Bug. I said, Nosy Bug, and Nosy Bug could tell you herself. I said that bitch is unhinged. She ain't straight. Something's wrong with her. I said you're gonna fuck yourself up by dealing with her, and it's gonna come a time shit is gonna change, and she is going to fuck you over majorly. I got the live. I remember the live. I can play back the live, but I'm not gonna put Nosy Bug on blast like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? But see, I don't have to play back the live for Nosy Bug to admit what I had said to her because I've always warned her about these people. Now, I've already had dealings with these people. I know how they are and stuff. So, I already know how they are. And I spoke to that and I warned her about it. Did she listen? No. Because hard heads makes a soft ass every time. People have to go through shit in order for them to learn. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so she had to learn. And so when she learned, well, her ass got beaten down so to the degree to where it's damn, okay. Shit, my ass is on fire now, but it's soft. It's soft and tender. You know? It's just like a rump roast steak. Put that shit in the oven and cook that shit, boy, it gets soft and tender. And it gets juicy. So once you take that knife to it and that fork, boy, you're having yourself a field day. But that's what it was. But she had to learn the hard way. And she had to learn it not only from me, but she had to learn it from her as well. And this is Nosy Bug's story, peoples. Let's listen in.
But it was hard for her and it did affect her mental state. And I'm not like, I don't think I'm exposing anything that she hasn't already shared with you guys publicly. Okay. Now, with that, there was a time when me and Miss, now I need y'all to pay the fuck attention because this is what's bothering me. There was a time when me and Mr. E was going through it and I needed to take a break from YouTube. And I remember telling her, I don't really want to watch Mr. E. I don't really want to talk about YouTube. I'm trying to, focus on other shit. It's too much and I need a break. That didn't stop her from calling me to tell me that Mr. E was on his live talking about me or mentioning me, even though I made it clear to her that that was not something I needed to know or wanted to know. But because she was my friend, I knew she wasn't doing it to be spiteful or out of ill will. It was something that she stumbled on and she watched him or whatever. But in her watching him say stuff about me, she was also listening to him say stuff about her.
Now, let me tell you, people, T Slade didn't stumble on my channel. T Slade purposely watched my channel. And T Slade purposely watched me vilify her and Nosy Bug at that time. So it wasn't no stumbling. Just tell the truth. The bitch came to my channel and she was watching me and she was listening to what I had to say about both of them. You know, I don't miss my words, peoples. Just like I told you before, I speak my mind and I never apologize. There was no need for me to say some shit and then go back and apologize behind that. No. So whatever I said about them, that's exactly what I meant. If I called them a bitch, I said that they were a bitch. Period. If I called them a hoe or if I called them a slut, that's exactly what I meant. You're a fucking hoe and you're a fucking slut. It's exactly what I meant. And I didn't miss my words. I meant exactly what I said. And I'm never going to apologize for that. You got what you got. So, bottom line is if you didn't want to hear what I had to say, then you didn't even have to come to my goddamn channel. Period.
So I know she wasn't doing it to be mean or malicious or anything like that. I was her kiki partner. So who the fuck else was she gonna call when he's up there popping shit? Me. So we could laugh about it and talk shit about it. That's what we did. But it got to the point as to, for me, when I have other shit going on, that's like at the bottom of my list. But if you don't got shit going on, then that's at the top of your list. So even though I was telling her I need to fall back, it didn't stop her from calling me to tell me what was going on with his channel. Okay, keep that in mind. And I didn't hold that against her. All right. Further on down the road, Slay has met some interesting people. And we've talked about all of y'all. Every single last one of y'all. Some good, some bad. But we've talked about all of y'all. Like when I say I'm truthful to a fault where I probably will end up indicting myself on some shit. But it is what it is. I don't want my story to be told other than the way it should be told, and that's honestly. And I don't give a fuck whose feelings get hurt. It is what it is. Now, down the road, I don't know if I just know she was going through some shit. We was all going through some shit, but I know when I needed her, she was there, and vice versa. Never once did I see it coming. So give me a minute, y'all, because the more I think about it, I just get a little bit. I'm trying to be respectful. I'm really trying to be respectful. All right. Her and Customs had their falling out, right? You think you know people, and then they show you a different side of them, and you realize you don't know them.
Now, let me speak to that, peoples. Let me speak to that. Every last person who I talk on the phone today, even offline, have a sense as to who I am. And every last person that I talk to offline can attest to you, I've never, ever changed. From the way that you see me, it's the way that I am. Now, what you see online and stuff is totally different because I have to come in character. I have to come in this mode and things. But how I speak right now here, I don't really speak offline. You know. Now, yes, I do scream and holler and stuff, and I am passionate about the things that I say and whatnot. But for the most part, people's the character I am online is not really the character that I am off offline. I'm a totally different person, you know. So every last one of my moderators, every last one of you who has my number and call me and we talk offline, you guys never ever seen a change in my behavior. You never seen a change in me. I've always been the same, acted the same, talked the same, think the same, do the same thing. So I'm not no Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I'm off the hinge and aggressive and crazy one moment, and then I'm nice and subtle the next minute. No, no. And I don't change for nobody. I mean, the way you see me is the way you see me. I am. So I know where she's coming to and stuff, and I wanted to speak to that and things because she can even admit it herself. Edward Joseph don't change for nobody. I really don't, peoples. There's no need for me to change for nobody. I'm not going to sugarcoat shit. I'm going to tell you how I feel, and then that's it. And so whatever comes after that, out of that, well, then it is what it is, you know. But at least you know for yourself wholeheartedly where I stand, what I think, and what I feel, and that's what it is. And so I'm never going to sugarcoat shit. I'm just going to keep it real and 100. And if you can accept that, that's fine. If you can't, well, then hey, you don't have to talk to me. So this changing for people, I never do. Everybody who talks to me can say, "Well, shit, I'm the same way. I talk the same way, act the same way, do the same things, and all like that and stuff." And that goes across the board. I don't change for people. That's not me. That's not me. So let's listen in to what she has to say because you know I'm going to come up through all of this in a moment.
She found that out with customs. So their relationship and that platform fell apart. And then even when it fell apart and he said what he said and did what he did on his live, it took her some time, but eventually she got over it. But she was hurt. I was hurt for her. We supported each other through that. All right. When he started doing weird stuff, getting up there and like, I don't know what he was doing. But I used to say to her, I wish, either he needs to take a shit or get off the toilet. Like, why do you keep going live and you keep saying on one live, oh, I'm gonna present the new files, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. So we all rush to go see that live, and then you're just playing music and mumbling some shit we can't understand and playing some music, and then you just disappear. So it was like, okay, nigga, either you gonna do what you say or just leave it alone. Like, what are you doing? Everybody has a right to get on their live and not do shit. Yes, you have that right. But stop making titles saying that you about to do shit and then you ain't doing shit. That's all I was saying. So if you're not gonna take a shit, get the fuck off the toilet. That's what that saying means. Be about what you say you're gonna do and do it. All right. All that time passed by. She's not talking to Customs. Customs not talking to her. Me and her are both feeling sorry for him because this man is on the live and there's nobody there. Maybe Little Bo Peep would show up to support him. And like I said, God bless her heart because she did. I don't know what happened with that, but I know she was supporting Customs when nobody else was. I also know, you know what, I'm not going to get into that. That's a whole nother fucking story. But I also know, no, fuck it. I'm telling all this shit. I don't give no fucks. Fuck it. I also know when everybody was laughing at Customs, I reached out to him because it was clear that something was going on with him before it actually he hit whatever bottom he was at. I reached out to him and I asked him, "Are you okay?" I reached out to him. Me and him started talking, but it wasn't. That motherfucker thought I was with the FBI or some fuck shit because I presented some Illuminati shit that he knew nothing about. So because he wasn't knowledgeable enough to fucking know the fucking information I gave him, now all of a sudden I'm an op. I'm with the FBI. Oh, I must be working for this one. Nigga, all you gotta do is do research. And you would have ended up in the same information box ended up in. But because you didn't and I did, now all of a sudden I'm an op. When everybody else was dogging you, I'm the one who reached out to you to make sure your ass wasn't over there trying to X yourself out. Because that's how bad you was looking on fucking YouTube.
And see, peoples, this is one of the things I respected about Nosy Bug. That I'm never going to take away because that's the type of heart she has. Now I know a lot of people may not like that or accept that in things, but that's who she is. Nosy Bug has a heart. She does, and I'm never going to take that away from her. You know, and so whatever your feelings may be, that's your feelings and things. I mean, everybody's entitled to feel, I think what they feel and stuff. But at the end of the day, she's just only displaying who she is. That's it. And so again, a lot of people is not going to like people for certain things that they say or do, but it doesn't really matter and all because at the end of the day, shit, she is who she is. Whether you like it or not, this is who she is, and that's who she is. She reaches out to the people. She want to politic with people and things like that. Now, sometimes she gets in trouble behind the things that she does and whatnot. But this is the essence of Nosy Buck, and this is why I respect her to a certain degree. Because I respect that about her, and I love that about her because it says more about her character than many of you. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? You got to keep it a buck, people. You got to keep it real at 100. Now, not everybody is all bad, but not everybody is all good either. And so you got to shift between all of the madness and all of the goodness about a person. Let's listen in, peoples.
I reached out to you because that's what I do. I always go for the broken. I always go for those that I feel need to be healed. I reached out to you out of the kindness of my heart. What did you do to me, Customs? You then turned around, went on Mr. E's live, and said that I was trying to give you some files to, I guess, throw him under the bus. And I told Mr. E that, yes, I did do that. But that's when you pissed me off when you hit me below the belt and started talking about my family. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, I did that shit. And I did it with chest. I gave no fucks because my feelings were hurt because I felt like I didn't deserve what you gave to me. So yeah, I did do that. But what caught me off guard is I never did anything to hurt Customs.
Nosy
Not
Bug.
one fucking thing.
Nosy Bug. Say something?
Yes.
Okay, now we got clarity. Now we got clarity because listen to what you just said.
I know what I said. I said I did what I did because I was hurt.
Okay, but you did that, and so because you did that, what did I do in return? I retaliated. You came to my channel.
You're still trying to clear your name. We're not even talking about you like that. It's okay. You're off the hook. I give no fucks. You're gonna always be who you are. You don't have to explain. I'm gonna love you anyway.
I just wanted to get clarity because
you don't have to clarify shit for me. I see you.
And I see you too, but I just wanted to make sure that you have tried to browbeat me about all of this shit about me talking about your family, but now you just answered your own question. It wasn't about me. It was you. You came with the fuck shit. You came to my channel with what customers.
Can I finish? Can I just finish while I'm on the road? Can I just get it out? We'll deal with you on your live. How about that? I'll come on your live and we can clear it up on your channel. Not right now. Can I just?
No, I just wanted to point that out so it can be. I can have a reference point as to what I need to come back to. But it's all good. Speak your piece, love. I'm listening.
All right, we can come back to it when you do live, and I come over there. We can pick it right up. All right. So, as far as Customs goes, I was hurt with that. Then when he did what he did to T Slay, that was like a whole nother thing. So she was mad at him for trying to hurt me. And then when he did the fuck shit to her, I was mad at him for hurting her. So we're both mad at Customs. But then we see him trying to go live and nobody's showing up. And she's like, oh, well, I feel bad. And I'm like, yeah, it don't really look good. And, you know, we're sensitive. So, okay, despite everything that went on with them, Slay being the person that she is, still went over to his chat after he said what he said about her and did what he did. She still went over to his chat and showed him some love. Even if it was just putting a little red heart in the chat, she showed up to let him know, I see you and I'm here to support you. She didn't stay long. She would just chime in and chime out, but nonetheless, she still showed him that support, period. So, okay, now we're here.
It's amazing. It's amazing to me how she can show the love to him, and after all of the stuff that he had said and did to her, but then when it comes down to me, and all I wanted to do was just politic with her. You know, everybody took it out of context.
Come on, stop it. You called that girl every name backwards and forward. I wouldn't want to politic with you either. You can't do that and think that people are gonna want to chat with you.
Well, you did.
Yeah, but you ain't calling me. You wasn't calling me a bitch every other hour. You wasn't calling me a slut every other hour. You was doing that to her. Why would she want to work with you? Come on, like, let's be real.
I am. And okay. I'm telling you.
I don't know what world you live in, but okay, whatever. Now we're here. And I found what I thought was a great piece of information that would further support her narrative.
And see, people, that's why I say, speak your mind and never apologize. You know, that's exactly what I say. Speak your mind and never apologize. What the fuck was I'm going to apologize for? Huh? What the fuck was I going to apologize for? You know, she had to accept what I said because at the end of the day, what I said was real and what I said was true. All I wanted to do was just politic with Slay. Nothing more, nothing less. You guys took it out of context and stuff, and well, I'm trying to do this and that with Slay and all like that and stuff. Slay wasn't even my type, peoples. She wasn't even my type. But see, me and Slay are two very how can I say it? Very let me see. I gotta choose the right words if I'm gonna compare myself with her. No, but I don't want to say high minded because I don't believe I'm high minded. I'm just strong in my convictions. You know, and I guess that's the same with her. We're strong in our convictions, and so we will believe what we believe, and we stand strong and we stand tall and we stand firm upon that. You know, and with that being said, that's all I wanted to do was just politic with Slay, nothing more, nothing less. But it's you suckers who took all of this shit out of context. You know, that's how it was. And so again, I didn't do nothing to Slay. You know, I all I wanted to do was just politic with her and things. But see, Slay had did something that I really didn't like. And she tried to play me as Boo Boo the Fool. But when she tried to play that and she got caught with it, now that's when I had to go in for the kill and give her exactly what I needed to give her. And I bet you she will never do that again. But let's listen in.
So when I found what I found, I'm jumping up and down and I'm just like, oh, no, wait, I'm missing a major part. So once she decided to put the KJ case down, this was the agreement we made. She said, listen, I'm okay with talking about Kenneka Jenkins behind the scenes with you. But as far as discussing it on the live anymore and going back and forth and debating and responding to comments and emails, I don't have the energy for that. And I can completely relate. Like, I can understand that. And I respected it. But those were the rules she made. We could talk about Kenneka behind the scenes. Me and you can even debate, but I'm not interested in doing that out in the public anymore. I don't want to deal with that anymore in the public. I said, okay, I understand it. Cool, fine, boom. All right. So that's what we were doing. We were communicating still about the case, even though she wasn't going live. Me and her was still researching, looking up shit, arguing over shit, but not serious arguing, just debating. Okay. So just recently, I'm thinking I done found some massive shit that's gonna just push her narrative all the way to the top. And she could take the information, go live, and it was gonna be like this great thing for her. I thought I was doing a good thing. I thought. So when I found the information, I was busy doing a party, a cookout, I should say. So I shot her a quick text to let her know, hey, when I get back home, this is what I found. This is what I would like to talk about. Like, what do you think? Is this who we've been looking for? Is this the stand-in girl? Is this the girl that played her? Is this, now I couldn't prove anything. But just like when you wanted to look up shit and review shit and research shit and compare shit, I did that with you because something in your spirit needed for that to happen in order for you to be okay with the information. So even if you just needed somebody to talk to and it didn't make no sense, I still gave you my ear as a friend. Didn't matter if it was 1 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning. Didn't matter. All right. Now, I'm sitting here. I give her this picture, and the girl looked just like KJ to me, just a little smaller version. But then again, it all depends on who you believe Kenneka is. Was she the Kenneka that was 165 or 50 pounds? Or was she the Kenneka that was 100 pounds or 90 pounds? I don't know. But the young lady that I found was thin, but she looked just like her. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to send this to Slay. And, she's going to be like, oh, shit, we found it. Not Nosy Bug, you found it. We found it because I'm thinking we're a team. Okay. But the response I got met with was not the response I was expecting. Instead of her being like, oh shit, bitch. Oh, sis, well, where'd you find her? Well, let me go look. And, when you get home, call me so we could go look it up. And, there was none of that. It was more so, well, why do you think that's her? Well, who said it's her? Oh, well, if you got this information off of Facebook, I don't know what, like, oh, it's not even credible. Well, bitch, fucking Teresa's on Facebook. Her shit was credible. Irene was on Facebook. Monifa was on Facebook, Instagram. All those things are credible. Why are you saying it's not credible? This don't sound like the Slay that I know, or at least I thought I knew. Like, to me, you running away from this information. You're supposed to be the slayer. Why aren't you attacking this information? You're supposed to be running to it. Why aren't you, like, I don't know. The reaction I got was not what I expected. It was totally opposite. And it caught me off guard because, again, I could not understand why my partner in crime is not happy about the find. So by the time I got home, I think I called her, I texted her, and I got no response. So I said in the text, I'm going to hit you up in the morning. Now, one thing with me and Slay, if she's up at 3 in the morning, she's calling me because sometimes I'm up at 3 in the morning. If she's up at 5 in the morning, if I'm up at 5 in the morning, I'm calling her because she told me she don't get no sleep.
Okay, so all of the calling at 3 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, and all like that. I mean, goddamn, you know, is this? Is I mean, that's what they do. That's what they do, people. I If you want to call people 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and shit, that's that's just what you do. But my question is simply this: Why did Slade back down for addressing this particular person? You know, any other time she would have did major research, but she didn't want to do that with this particular person. And why is that? What was it about this person that Slade was so afraid of that she didn't want to go to bat with this person or even find out who this person was and things, you know? And these were some things that I've been trying to get a greater understanding with the people about because I told you there was different girls who played Kanika. Nobody wanted to believe me upon that. And then when I started to bring out all of the different girls, now everybody wanted to battle me upon that. Why is it that Slade never tried to battle about this particular girl who pretty much looks dead on Kanika? Not to say that she played her, because Nosy Bug has never brought anything out that this girl played Kanika. But see, the thing is that Slade has literally not wanted to go in upon this particular girl who looks damn near just like Kanika. And that's what I've been saying, peoples. So y'all be thinking I'll be talking out the side of my neck and stuff, man. That's not the case. I'll be trying to tell you guys. I got some information and I'll bring it to your attention. And you may not get a full understanding now, but then, later on you would. And that's why I always try to explain it in great detail. But this particular girl looked just like Kanika. And Slade didn't want to touch it. She didn't want to touch it, people. She didn't want to do no research. She didn't want to do nothing. And the question is, why? Let's listen in, peoples.
So it was nothing for us to call each other at weird hours and just conversate for hours on end. It was nothing. That's what we did. It was nothing. Now, if it was someone I really didn't fuck with, no, I wouldn't answer my phone and I wouldn't allow you my ear for more than 5 minutes. Because once I realize it's not an emergency, bitch, I'm hanging up. But no, this was my friend. She wants to vent. She wants to, get some shit off her chest. I'm going to support her in that shit because that's how I am as a friend. Okay. The next morning, I get up. Now I'm still hungover. I done smoked a blunt in the morning and everything. And so, yeah, I'm a little whatever. But I'm making my coffee. I'm all excited because I'm like, okay, now we get to tackle this information today and hopefully we'll present it soon. So I'm sitting her to text and I'm like, bitch, you up, get up. You asked me to make the connections to this girl. I got all the connections. I'm sending you all the screenshots. She knows this one. She knows this one. Zaria used to do her hair. Da-da-da-da. She hangs with Monifa. So maybe this is the best friend that they said that looks just like Kanika. Maybe this is the girl because this girl is intertwined and connected to all of them. And she looks like Kanika. So it would make sense that this be the girl. It was more so like, well, can you prove it? What the fuck do you prove it? I mean, I understand what you mean, but you're coming at me like I'm the enemy. Like, I didn't know I had to prove it. I thought me and you together was trying to work to prove it. I'm not saying it's definitely her, but it's a fucking 99.9% probability just based off of the way she looks and the connections that I've made.
And see, there you have it, peoples, because I've been trying to tell I've been trying to tell Nosy Buck forever and a day, but Nosy Buck finally did some research and she connected some dots. And I've been telling you guys for years, there's a girl who looks just like Kanika that played Kanika. Now, is this girl? I don't know because I haven't seen the information that Nosy Buck has. But going by what she is expressing, it's a strong probability. But even Nosy Buck has to admit herself that there was other girls who played Kanika. And without saying Edward Joseph, I agree with you. Basically, what she's saying, by what she's saying now, is along the lines of what I've been telling you guys forever and a day, which people did not want to believe. And so it's amazing, people. So when you sit back and listen to people, they tend to go ahead and reference the various things you've been saying forever. And now, since they did the research, now they can relate to what I've been saying. And that's all you have to do. I mean, I get everybody has their narrative and stuff, but you can't discount these things, is what I'm saying, peoples. Now, you may think that Kanika walked the halls of that establishment, but even if you think that, you can't even give me a good enough reason as to why it is that Monifa and Shemaya was in the elevator damn near an hour before taking a selfie in the elevator. And you've seen the timestamp that was up there. And it didn't equate at no 113 because they were already at the establishment well before the supposed Kanika Jenkins come in and walk into the halls of that establishment. And then furthermore, they didn't even take the selfie themselves. It was a man who was there who took the picture of them. Which furthermore proves what I have been saying forever and a day. And you can't disprove it because it is unequivocal and undeniable proof, peoples, that they were there at the establishment well before the supposed Kanika was supposed to be walking in with them. And then if you go ahead and listen to what Pease and Killer had to say up on Zach's Live, Pease had already told you they were there at the 12 o'clock hour, well before the 1 o'clock hour. And he said, "Hey, Shorty, hey, go back and listen to Zach Live. Go back and listen to Zach Live." Because that's certainly what he said. And I pointed that out. So, with all of this of what they said and not what I said, help me to make this make sense. How in God's name could Kanika be walking into the establishment at 113 when we see the girls in the elevator at 12 something? I believe it was 12:38, if I'm not mistaken. And then Peasy said that he was there at the 12 o'clock hour in the morning on September the 8th. Well, if that be the case, people, well, it certainly wasn't the 9th. So it totally debunks the narrative that was out there that Kanika Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment at 1:13 in the morning. It couldn't have been Kanika. Because if it was Kanika, why would Monifa and Shemaya be in the elevator well before they all were supposed to have walked into the halls of that establishment? Help me to make that make sense. That shit doesn't make no sense. And then two, what they're referencing is a totally different day. It wasn't the night of September the 8th, leading into the morning of September the 9th. No, it was the morning of September the 8th, leading out from the night of September the 7th. And it was on the 7th is when I told you that Kanika Jenkins had died. So it will only make so much fucking sense that they would be at the establishment on the 8th, the morning of the 8th. but you never seen Kanika walking in the halls of that establishment. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? See, it makes so much perfect sense why they would still be there at the establishment, leading out from the night of the 7th into the morning of the 8th, and then up in there in the elevator taking pictures of themselves and shit. Now, you may not think that it was a reenactment and stuff, and I really don't give a fuck because none of you can even express in great detail and make it make sense. Because, see, the thing is, you cannot counteract what Pease had said, and you cannot counteract what Monifa and Shemaya had done. And then you can't even get Kanika out of Irene's live. Now, what do you guys say? Really? What is it that you have to say? Because you can't prove it. You say what you need to say, but you can't prove it. And so the question is now, why isn't it that T Slay is not gun ho in trying to figure out who this girl is? Why did she just totally dismiss it? And then why did Nosy Bug call her out of her name and say, well, T Slay doesn't exist, but Natasha Evans does? That's what Nosy Bug said, right? Edward Joseph didn't say that. Edward Joseph didn't call her Natasha Evans. Nosy Bug did. I called her Natasha Evans on a live when I was on her and told her that she wasn't T Slade, that she was Natasha Evans. But now, this time around, her very close and best friend called her Natasha Evans. And Nosy Bug just confirmed who T Slate really is, peoples, not Edward Joseph. Because, see, you suckers didn't want to believe me, which that's okay. Because, like I say, you know, I got the proof to the truth. I got the juicy juicies. And you guys are so hell bent, you don't want to hear what I have to say. And I really don't give two fucks. But Nosy Bug said it. And Nosy Bug was close to her. Called her at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. And so Nosy Bug just confirmed what Edward Joseph had been saying forever and a day. And so there it is right there. That's validation enough right there. Because if you guys didn't want to believe me just by me saying it, well, you definitely believe her because she said it. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Let's listen in.
So I sent Slay the information because I was so excited. But once I got the vibe that she don't really want to fuck with it, I'm like, well, somebody who's been spending all their time on this case has got to get this information because it's got to get out there. I sent it to Unc Fed. I sent it to Slay. I sent it to Mr. E. I sent it to my friend BJ. And I said, I know I'm not bugging. They have to see it. They have to see it. Even if I'm wrong, I came damn near close. And I would understand nobody wanting to put the information out there, you know, how can I say, to cause more ruckus or to cause more confusion. So before you release it, let's do more research to see if we can lock it down before we present it. She didn't want to do that. She didn't want to do it at all. She was combative. She was fighting me as if to say, I don't believe you, or this. Well, you know what? It's not no as if to say. She damn near said it. She said basically, I'm not fucking with you on this dumb shit. I'm not, y'all can have this dumb shit. I'm not fucking with y'all on this dumb shit.
Okay, so I do remember the young lady because I did post up the picture. And I posted it up on my live, but I really didn't go in depth about the young lady. there were three young ladies with sunglasses on, you know, and the middle young lady was looking just like Kanika, but a smaller version of her, you know. It was a smaller version. And so I'm going to talk about it because I posted up on my live and I posted up the picture and everything. Um, but I didn't go in depth with it at this time and things because I wasn't really talking about Kanika. But when she sent me that, that's what sparked me back up on Kanika. And behind the scenes, I've been, looking at a lot of stuff, trying to see some things and whatnot before I present it to the public and whatnot, you know. But I find it so odd and strange that Slay did not want to touch it. Now let's listen to what Nosy Buck has to say because this is the juicy juicies, peoples, that you need to hear. It's amazing.
I'm like, wait a minute. Is it dumb because I found it? Or is it dumb because I never heard you even say anything like that is relevant to the case? We know if you think it's done, well, let's just look into it and see what happens. There was none of that. So naturally, I'm starting to think, okay, and I'm not putting it out there to be trifling. This is where my mind really went. Does Slay know this young lady? Because any other time, like I said, she would run to it. This time she ran away from it.
And bingo to the bingo peoples. Because a lot of the shit that I have been saying is finally coming to light. And I'm not saying it, but Nosy Bug is. And the things that I have literally been making reference to, is coming to is coming to fruition. Now, these are the questions that I have been asking forever and a day. Okay, I'll wait until you send it. These are the questions that I have been asking forever and a day that I've been wanting to get some answers to and stuff. And this is why I've been politicking with a lot of people and things because, again, peoples, I'm not saying I know everything about this case, but, what I am saying is simply this. Many people cannot answer the questions that I've been raising. And the questions that I've been raising is the questions that here we are now, Nosy Bug is raising. And so, what the question is what is what? What is what? What is really happening here? Why is Slay running away from that of what was stated? Why is Slay running away from it? And that's the question that I have been raising peoples and stuff. And so what you guys thought that I was just so goddamn crazy and out of my mind with the things that I was saying, well then, I mean, shit, you got to admit that I had a very valid reason to ask the questions that I asked. Whether you believed it or not, or whether you accepted it or not, that nor here or there with me. But there was questions that I raised that nobody could ever answer. And so here we go. And it ain't coming from my lips. It's coming from Nosy Bug. And remember, Nosy Bug and Slay were friends that they called each other at the 2 o'clock hour in the morning, conversating and talking about this case. That's just how embedded they were. Well, let's listen to what Nosy Boy had to say, peoples. It's very interesting.
So I said, okay, I don't know what's going on. I said, maybe it's too early in the morning for you for this. So Nice says to her, what do you mean prove it? Like, why are you acting like, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting like this? And it was basically a big shutdown. Like I said, I'm not fucking with it. I don't want to look at it. You ain't gotta send me shit because it's from Facebook. So I'm gonna just discredit the shit, and we not doing no debates. We not doing no research. I'm just not fucking with it. That's what I got from my friend. The friend that would call me at 2 or 3 in the morning with her Kanika Jenkins download. And I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about, and I didn't give a fuck. That was my friend, and I was gonna listen to her so she can go back to sleep with her heart not being so heavy. But yet here I am, and you don't even want to hear me out. Even if you decided that you no longer wanted to touch the KJ case or talk about the KJ case, that could not have been the case when just 2 weeks earlier you called me at 3 in the morning with a KJ download on some shit. Oh, I remember what it was about. It was almost like an epiphany. And she might have felt like somebody in this case got it right. But because she didn't feel that she wanted to undo all the work that she did, she was not going to present it to the live, even if it was the truth. She was not going to present it because she had done too much work to get the narrative that she believed out. And by presenting something else, it would have undone what she worked so hard to do, which is probably a creator's worst nightmare when you're trying to cover a case or something of that nature. But in order to be trustworthy, you have to present it and say that you was wrong and just fuck it. So what? We're only human. So what if you got it wrong and somebody else got it right? Oh, well, people will respect you more for being honest. But she wasn't honest. I took that and kept it to myself because number one, I don't have a channel. I don't have a narrative. So there was nothing for me to do to jump up and be like, oh, she's lying. Da, 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 da. No. If that's what she was going to do, that was this decision that she was going to make. I couldn't have changed the mind even if I wanted to. That's slick. Y'all know how she is, period. What she believed is what she believed. You're not going to change your mind unless you present her with facts, which I thought I was doing, but I don't fucking know. So when she made up her mind that she no longer wants to talk about the case, I guess it happened that morning. Didn't happen when she was calling me at 3 o'clock, giving me her KJ download. It happened that morning when I called her or texted her and wanted to talk, which made me look at her sideways because, again, I could not understand why she did not want to run to this.
And see, peoples, that is exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So Nosy Buck had found something very interesting, and she brought it to her attention, and she told her, hey, this is what this is, and things. She told her about it. Said this is what this is. But Slade didn't want to hear that. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said Slade did not want to hear that. Slade did not want to hear nothing of what. Ooh, my God, this guy. Oh man, okay, I got to stop looking at this TikTok crap because I just looked at this guy. He just peeled back this bandage. He peeled back this bandage, and I was like, wow. So, mm. so Slay didn't want to hear what she had to say. Why is that? Why is that? Why did Slade did not want to hear what Nosy Buck had to say, especially by her findings? Well, one is because Slade would have had to retract everything that she said about the Kanika Jenkins case that didn't line up and didn't match up with that of what her findings were. You know, that's number one. Number two, she would have been a laughing stock of the whole Kanika Jenkins case because, again, everything that Nosy Buck had found was totally going against everything that Slay had ever even thought or felt or ever even brought to the table. You know, and so it would have just literally destroyed her and made her the whole laughing stock of the Kanika Jenkins case because it wasn't what she thought. Then the major piece of it is that I've been telling you guys for some years and stuff, you know, about Slay, and nobody wanted to listen, but now Nosy Buck finally listened and she went on and she did what she had to do and stuff, and she brought some things out. And so Slay couldn't battle her this time around because this information was just to the degree to where shit, Slay was already backed into a corner and she wasn't going to put no life into it. Why? Because it would have exposed her for the nefarious bullshit and madness that she's been speaking. And she couldn't speak up against it because why? I'll let you figure that one out. The obvious reason, peoples. But I'll let you figure that out. And so there it is. And so this is one of the reasons why I respect Nosy Buck to the degree because Nosy Buck, she takes a deep dive in. She doesn't stop with her research. She just continued to keep being probative and continued to keep you know going and continue to keep being probative and stuff, and continue to keep okay. Let me share it to the thing. Yeah, hold on for a second. Let me share it to the group. Continue to keep being probative and whatnot. Okay, so Brazy wanted me to share this with the group. I mean, with you guys. So I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna share this with you guys real quick, and then I'm gonna come back to this. Oh, okay. So Nosy Bug is in the house. Nosy Bug, come on up to the panel, man. The link is in the chat. Come on up to the panel because now you owe me one. So I need you to come and talk about some things because I'm going back over the live that you had did on last night, and I'm just giving my little 2 cents in and whatnot. You know, so come on to the panel and come on and speak with me, and then anybody else who has something to say, y'all come on up because this is your one time to come speak to all of this stuff. Because after this, that's it. After this, that's it. So y'all come speak to what you're gonna speak to and things, and let's get it out in the open and all. Because after this, after I do this live, I'm not coming back over, and I don't want to hear all of this bullshit about this and that and the other. So this is your one time to come speak to it and to put whatever you need to say out there. If you guys need to say something to Nosy Bug, if you guys need to say something to me, if you guys need to say something to about anybody, well then this is your opportunity right now to come speak. And then Nosy Bug, my question is, why did you take down your channel? Why did you take down that live? Because the people wanted to speak to it. Now you already know that the people are going to have something to say. You already put it out there, and it's out here on this live and stuff. And you already know that the people who you were speaking about and stuff are going to come back and gonna come with a retaliatory video, and is going to get the party started that way and stuff. But I just want to put out the addendum that I'm not fighting nobody's battles. And so, however it comes out or whatever comes out and stuff, I'm not speaking to it and I'm not going to entertain it. And so, however they come with all of you all, then that's how they're going to come. I'm just going to sit back and I'm going to be a spectator because I understand this shit ain't got nothing to do with me, period. Now, what me and Nosy Buck had said and did back in the day, that's what we said and did back in the day, and that's what it is, you know. But at the end of the day, peoples, we good, we good. Well, where we had an impasse, and that's what it was, and now we good. But Nosy Buck always know I'm going to shoot my shot. I'm going to speak to when I'm speaking to. She said, "No, I'm having a good day. Not trying to disturb my joy with you. Thank you, but no, thank you. But thanks for the link. Please enjoy." Okay, well, if you're having a good day, then it's best to take your ass out of this live right now because I don't want to ruin your good day. This live is nothing good. So if you're having a good day, take your ass on. You can speak to me later, and go about your good day and fill that big ass of yours. Is that all right, Mel? But get the hell out of here because it ain't nothing good that I'm playing right now. All it's going to do is it's going to ruin your good day. So you can connect with me at another time. But right now is it's not your time to sit in here and listen to any of the shit. See, people's I'm not here to ruin people's days and stuff. I'm here just to shoot my shot and speak my mind and never apologize. So now, Nosy Bug, if you don't want to get triggered, I'm telling you now, get your ass out of here. Because the longer you stay in here and the longer you watch this live, the more it's going to start affecting your good day. And I don't want to affect your good day. I'm trying to be nice. But you're you know. All right, so people, so let me there's a couple of things I'm going to share real quick and then we're going to get back into this. So you guys hold on for a moment. Let me share it. Let me share this video.
They gonna get put out. You ain't never seen them watch, so nigga, this is one of them. Y'all finna get put out. Y'all finna get put out. Y'all get put out. What's up, bro? Nothing like my gun or something. Something nigga, something. My pussy. You see that? Don't be so loud. Yeah, it's too late for that. Yep. There go the manager. My car keys, my weed. That ain't no motherfucking manager. Oh, that is the manager. That is the manager. Chief. On BD. Oh, turn that pappy ringtone off.
Oh, you want to do something?
Irritated. You funny as fuck, Booby.
It's bad. Oh, let me see.
Slow your roll, shorty.
Keep my head, huh? Move back to the numbers. It's slow. Let me see. She played fucking. Let me see. Rick Ross. Let me see. Same fuck on me with early. So let me see.
Man, the phones ain't working. This weak ass connection. Shut up. You stay at the top of me. You want to get into it? Yeah.
Yeah, blowing me. That's Shemaya. Damn, my shit turning red. You know I'm on this act like.
No, we don't. Yo.
Hi, that's nice. So it's not nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's big, ain't it? I sure hope somebody comes there to answer it.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Wait, I just got this thing.
No, tough shit. Oh, no. Oh, tough shit.
Hello.
I think she crazy.
Parking inside. It's the parking lot. It's a parking lot.
My folks can use them tickets a lot of times too. He said you can go in.
Park in the parking lot.
So, if somebody else parking here, y'all just gotta let them lose y'all shit.
You look pretty. Happy birthday. Thank you. That is hi, my kid. I told you. What you saying over there, Slick?
Really? I read that thing. Clear, say $200.
What you say? What you say, Gail Smart?
I really need the weed, bro.
Damn, I just got the weed.
But you just passed and they just passed it back.
Let me see who you talking to. It don't matter. I'm putting my face on this. Did you put any enforce in this? Charlotte Weekend's connection. Hello. 926. 26.
Yeah, you can go out to sea. Me too, sure. You see that?
What y'all can do?
Yeah, you truck on me.
What the fuck? Anisha ain't hit it. You got the money for me? Yes. I'm not drunk. You need to enjoy yourself. I am enjoying myself. I will see. I will see.
I'm telling you. What's up? You riding with me or what? You tripping?
Nosy Bug, I thought that you were leaving, Mal. I thought that your piece didn't want to be invaded. So what are you talking about? Well, what is it that you're talking about? You still here? Why are you still here? I thought that you don't want your peace to be invaded. So I'm trying to respect your peace because I told you, this is going to be something that's going to be triggering, and I don't want to take you out your element.
The entire document to let you know this is a legit document that's a part of the case file. Now we're gonna break it down.
Well, see, and this is exactly my point, Nosy Buck. This is exactly my point. Now you understand what I have been trying to convey forever and a day. Now you're understanding. And see, peoples, this is why I said that you have to pay attention to all of the content and not just bits and pieces, because if you go and try to do bits and pieces and things, well then you'll never have a greater understanding. You got to make it make sense. You got to make it make sense. You cannot omit nothing. You absolutely cannot omit nothing. And I'm glad that this day of reckoning has finally arrived in things. And finally, many of you people who have doubted finally come to a greater understanding with something. You know, my only goal and objective was to go and Nosy Bug, never mind the bot, because the bot is gonna it 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 just does that. So just don't even pay attention to it. That's what it does. But anyway, like I was saying, people's all of my time with the Kanika Jenkins case, I gave you authentically what I have been given. Not everything, but some things, you know, some things that I've been given and stuff, and then some things that I was able to find on my own that I brought to you guys' attention. Now, there were some things that I've only said because that was my understanding based upon what I had, and I made the best of it. But as I grew into this case, I started to understand a lot more based upon a lot of things that was given and a lot of things that wasn't given. And I developed my narrative behind it. But I wasn't too far off with my narrative because one of the things when I had told you guys and shown you guys, I stood 10 toes down with that, and I said what I said. And I've been harassed, I've been talked about, I've been scorned, I've been everything and stuff, but I still stood 10 toes down with what I have been saying forever and a day, peoples. You know, stood 10 toes down with it. And I didn't play games with this case, you know. I understood a lot of people didn't want to believe what I had to say, but it was okay because, again, it was what I was given. It's what I was given. And so if this is validation, well then let it be. Let it be. You know, but I've always said that you got to make sense of it. You got to make sense of it. And so, man, we're gonna read. I'm gonna read this part of the case file right here of what this guy is showing and things, so we can have a little greater clarity as to what is being conveyed. It says on 9/9/2017 at 12:46 hours, the Rosemont Public Safety Dispatch Center received a walk-in station report for a missing person. From Lenore Harris, sister of listed victim in the case, Kanika Jenkins. According to Lenore Harris, Kanika Jenkins was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on 9/8/2017 at approximately 2300 hours. She stated Kanika Jenkins was going to a party with some of her friends at the Crown Plaza located at 5540 River Road, Rosemont, Cook County, Illinois, 618. Lenore Harris further stated the last time she had contact with Kanika Jenkins was via text message at approximately 0130 hours on 9/9/2017. Lenore Harris further stated that approximately 0400 hours on 9/9/2017, three of Kanika's friends, including Monifa Shelton, went to Lenore Harris' home with the vehicle of Kanika Jenkins, drove to the party. Monifa Shelton provided the following information to Lenore Harris and was later confirmed in an interview with myself and Detective Roche. Monifa Shelton, Kanika Jenkins, and two other friends attended a party at the Crown Plaza Hotel. It didn't say the Marriott. It didn't say the Doubletree. And it didn't say Schiller's Park. It says at the Crown Plaza Hotel, 544 River Road, Rosemont, Cook County, Illinois, on 9/9/2017. Monifa Shelton stated that they arrived at the hotel and in room 926 at approximately 30 hours. Old 30 hours. Peoples, God damn it, here it is right here. I told you what I was talking about because they came. Look at here. It says Monifa stated they arrived at the hotel in room 926 between approximately 030 hours and 0130 hours. Peoples, 030 hours is 12:30 in the morning. I showed you the picture of Monifa and Shemaya in the elevator at 12:38 a.m. in the morning, taking a goddamn selfie. So don't fucking tell me whatever Joseph don't know. Peoples, I told you. They were there. According to the case files right here. 12:30 hours in the goddamn morning. Peoples, that is what Monifa had stated. What did I just tell you guys earlier in the live? I told you that Monifa and Shemaya was there at the establishment earlier than the time to when they had stated they were supposed to have came in. And that PZ had came in and said, "Hey, shorty." And they were there at about 12 something. God damn it, peoples, man. Woo, Jesus. This case file right here just validates everything that I have been saying forever and a day, peoples. This case file right here. This is the shit that I've been looking for, because this is the shit that I have been saying forever in a day. And motherfuckers did not want to believe me. Motherfuckers did not want to believe me because I've been telling you for all eternity. I've been looking for this shit. Peoples, I got every last goddamn case files there is that was associated with this with this case. And I have looked high and low. And I don't know how the fuck I missed it, but I missed it. But I knew what my convictions was because I've been telling you guys. I knew what I was talking about. I knew what I was talking about. And I was standing 10 toes down up on the people. So I knew exactly what I was talking about. But see, the thing is that I knew, but I couldn't take it to that level to where I can just prove that just this part right here. Because I kept saying, God damn it, man. Oh, Jesus. My God. Here it is right here, peoples. This is all of the goddamn case files right here. This is all of the goddamn case files right here. Here it is right here. Whole fucking case files. Whole fucking thing. I got a copy of it. And I was going through and I was trying to go through every last one of them and stuff. I started from the beginning. And I kept trying to go through and stuff. And it's a lot. It's a lot to take in, people. It is a hell of a lot. And it's over 143 case files right here. And I got them all. But see, the goddamn thing was, I knew what I was saying. And that's why I kept telling you guys. I said, God damn it, You can't sit here and just totally discount everything and stuff because it's right here. It's in the goddamn case files. They had this shit in here for a reason, you know. And when I was trying to convey it and stuff, well, yeah, everybody, saying this, that, and the other, but I didn't give a fuck about all of that, peoples, because at the end of the day, Edward Joseph knew what the fuck he was talking about. I knew. I knew exactly what I was showing in the goddamn things that I was saying. But again, nobody wanted to believe me. Well, which was okay, people. Nobody, you guys didn't have to believe me. But at the end of the day, I knew what the fuck I was talking about, and I knew it was just going to be a matter of time before I can go ahead and prove my case. And that shit right there it is right there, people. This is in your goddamn face. And I want you guys to look at this shit because it totally validates what I have been saying. Let's read that again, peoples. Let's read that again. It says Monifa Shelton, Kanika Jenkins, and two other friends attended a party at the Crown Plaza, not at the Doubletree, not at Schiller's Park, and not at a party in the west side of Chicago, and definitely not at the fucking Marriott. It says on 9/9/2017. Okay. It says Monifa Shelton stated they arrived at the hotel and in room 926 between approximately 12:30 in the morning and 1:30 hours. Well, I've shown you the picture in my live, peoples, at one point. I've shown you the picture in my live at one point when I clearly told you that this is Monifa and Shemaya. And they are at the Crown Plaza Hotel at 12:38 a.m. in the morning. So if they were at the establishment at 12:38 in the morning, how in the fuck could they be walking in at 1:13 in the morning if they were there at 12:38 in an elevator having a selfie taken of them, peoples? How, peoples? See, what Nosy Bug had sent me that picture on the other day about that young lady who looks just like Kanika. She knew that I was going to be right back up on the Kanika Jenkins case, and I was going to be right back on looking at some shit, looking up to see what the hell is going on. And that just only proved my case that several girls played Kanika, and that these motherfuckers knew it. Nosy Bug just validated my point. Period. When all of these other motherfuckers did not want to believe Edward Joseph, and I told you guys, I told you from Jump Street, I said that several girls played Kanika. Nobody wanted to listen to me. Everybody was battling me. Oh, you stupid, you this, you that. Well, goddamn it, let me be fucking stupid. Well, who's the bitch now? All of you goddamn YouTubers, y'all talked about me. Y'all put me down. Y'all talked about my mama. You talked about my my daughter. You talked about my sons. Oh, you put me through the ringer. All because you motherfuckers did not want to sit down and believe what Edward Joseph had to say. Because it was just uncommon, it's like, well, who in the fuck is he? What the fuck do he know? And I told you I had received some information. And I deemed it to be credible because with my own goddamn eyes that God has given me, with my ego eyes, I have seen the fuckery and I've seen the bullshit that these people put out there. And I called them against it. And now, there it is right there, peoples. The fucking moment that I've been waiting for to validate my point, peoples. To totally validate my point and to prove to all of you motherfuckers once and for all what I have been saying forever and a day. And see, it didn't come from my lips. It came from the response that Monifa had said. How the fuck are you going to validate? I mean, disprove what Monifa had said? How in the fuck are you going to do that, peoples? See, if it wasn't for Nosy Buck, I wouldn't have never been back on the Kanika Jenkins case like I have done now, because she knew out of all of the people who was going to look at this and was going to bring some clarity out of some fucking confusion and bring this shit to light and go to bat 110% and then some. And no, I wasn't going to leave this shit alone until she knew it. That's why she sent it to me. She sent it to Uncle Fed. He didn't do shit. Sent it to T Slay. She didn't do shit. Sent it to Customs. He didn't do shit. Who else there was left? Well, Mr. E. She sent it to me. I said, okay. I'm going to take a look at it. And you already know what I'm going to do. So just send it to me. Nothing else needed to be said. This is the missing piece of the puzzle right there, peoples. This fucking validates every goddamn thing that I have been saying. Not since day one, because I didn't know all of this shit from day one. But it's been validating everything that I've been saying since I had been on Facebook and then transitioned to YouTube. It's in your face right there, peoples. It's in your face right there. Just that one line right there proves everything that I have been telling you guys for years. And this is why the Slayers couldn't slay me. This is why the designers couldn't paint the picture. This is why the Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendinas couldn't stand up to the narrative and literally told upon herself. And I pointed that out to you, peoples. I have told you many times over. Oh, you didn't believe me, huh? Okay. Well, so let me do this real quick, peoples. Let me share my goddamn screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. See, because I love it when suckers don't want to believe me. You know, when suckers don't want to believe me, then I just have to prove to their asses what I meant. Okay. Let me go back here, people. So let me go back to my channel. Because this is what this sucker said. Let me tone this down some. Go back to 100%. Okay. Let me go to my live, peoples. Jesus. Okay, so where is it? Where is it, peoples? Where is it? Where is it? Y'all just give me 1 second.
I love you, Lord, for your mercies never failed me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful, and all my life you...
And see, peoples, you see Kenneka Jenkins, the real Kenneka Jenkins, inside the room in 926, peoples. You see the real Kenneka Jenkins there, right? When everybody said, "Oh well, no, that's not the real Kenneka Jenkins, that's the fake Kenneka Jenkins," people, it was the real Kenneka Jenkins, and it was the girl who played Kenneka Jenkins. Now let's listen in to what the op had to say, peoples.
What is going to come out? You know, it'll come out that she got paid off a settlement. She can't talk about the amount, whatever. But the rest of this shit's never going to come out. And the lady did say, because she does have, I don't know if it's her or her husband, somebody's got somebody in law enforcement, whatever, blah, 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 that the cops did treat it like it was nothing. And then when they took statements right there, oh, wow, that means that they, oh, shit. Hold on, let me think. What did she say? Oh, shit. Because, look, okay, she went missing, let's say 2 o'clock Friday morning. They found her before 7 o'clock Friday night. She was found in the pool area. The lady didn't necessarily say in the water or not. She said she used the term pool area. But she being that she was wet, the position that she's in is the position that she was, put in. But what is going to come out?
What is going to come out? You heard what Casey Chloe Over Sanchez Medina had said, right? And she had told you the position that she's in was the position that she was what? Put in, right? So what does that lead you to believe, peoples, and lead you to understand that Kenneka Jenkins never walked herself into that freezer and laid down and died, peoples. She never did. She never did. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are true fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
Is that they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are true fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
Is that they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. And so, peoples, they didn't find her in the freezer, but they found her in the rear, in what? The dock area. Let's look at this, peoples.
Now, what I want to focus on first is the times that's in this document, because we know that's very important, especially with this case, because the times was everywhere. So as we can see, it says Kenneka was seen leaving her mom's house at 11:30. 11:30. Kenneka told Leonora that she was going to a party at Crown Plaza with some of her friends. She also stated the last time her and Kenneka was in communication was a text message at 1:30 a.m. But we also know that Leonora told the reporter this.
But Saturday morning, there was a report that somebody spoke with her, at least knew that she was alive at 1:30 on Saturday morning. Is there any confirmation that you know of from that? Okay.
Okay, so people, so I wanna go back and I'm gonna see if I can try to read this part right here. I know it's a little fuzzy, but y'all work with me. We was already drunk, bro. We didn't know what was really happening. They already was feeling all up on Kanika a lot before Irene even went live. Me and Kanika split up outside the hotel room. Yes, we both left out. She agreed to go to the third floor, and I agreed to stay on that floor, but to be low key, and I should have just went with her. Fucking niggas in red was talking to his friend, saying that he bet $200 that he's gonna fuck Kanika by the end of the night, and by this time, she is really drunk. Yes, they kept giving her drinks and shit, and I stood there on my behalf and watched her drink. Peoples, that is totally contrary to all of the bullshit and nonsense that was ever written in this case files. Remember the one cup that she was supposed to only had one cup? And I've always questioned, well, how in the fuck could one person drink just one cup and get drunk? But see the narrative that TM tried to come with. Well, only Kanika had just one cup, bitch. You knew. And I don't care what you guys say. Yes, I'm talking about TM. That bitch, she knew. She knew the fuck what was going on because she knew that Kanika was not going to get drunk off no one cup. Peoples. No, no. Nobody is going to get that drunk and that inebriated or whatever the case may be and stuff off of no one goddamn cup. And not within no 1 hour time frame, peoples. It's impossible unless you had some shit put in your drink. Okay, let's listen in. We was drunk and on some place shit. Dog, we should have actually split up and went on different floors. Dog, when I went down to the floor, she wasn't there. Of course, neither was the guys. They were nowhere in sight, bro. I started to panic, bro. Oh my God. Is that the confession, peoples? Is that the confession? Because remember, peoples, I had asked the question, how in the fuck did Kanika get out of Irene's live? How the fuck did Kanika get out of Irene's live? Nobody can answer that. Listen, it was a minute before I decided to go back to the room. And when I did, the niggas wasn't there. I was asking where they go and where is my best friend. They said they left and they said they left and said they was leaving, but they was rushing and shit. So now let me go back and ask the question, peoples. Let me go back and ask the question. Where in the fuck did it ever stated that Monifa and Shamaya ever left Kanika in the hallway and then came back to get her cell phone and her keys? Because remember, it was stated that Bree had the keys. Bree had left the hotel and things, and then she came back. And when Bree came back, she was looking for Kanika. You guys remember that's in the case files. You guys remember that, right? So it wouldn't have made no sense for Shemaya and Monifa to go back to the room to try to retrieve Kanika's keys, maybe the phone, but not the keys, because remember, Bravery was supposed to have had the keys, and Bravery was supposed to have been the one who had left. Y'all remember that, right? So again, the narrative doesn't fit what was in the case files, because in the case files they said that they had went out and left Kanika in the hallway. They came back and get the keys and the phone. But if they came back and get the keys and the phone, well then, how in the fuck could Kanika have gotten away? Because remember, in the case files, Love and his friends was out there playing dice, and Love and his friend has stated that they came out and Kanika was all drunk and shit like this and stuff. But see, when you're reading this is giving a little bit more juicies to the narrative, because again, peoples, you got to help me to make this make sense, and I'll always tell you, help me to make it make sense. I already knew that this bullshit and nonsense of what they were saying, that they were there on the night and they were bugging out and they were roaming the halls of the establishment looking for Kanika and all of this shit. That was bullshit, because none of this ever happened on the night. None of this ever happened on the night. I've been telling you guys that. None of this happened on the night. All of this shit happened well before the night. And everything that you have been seeing and stuff is indicating that it never happened on the night. And I've been telling you guys that. That's why I said Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And when I say that, people, it wasn't on the night. This bullshit and nonsense of Kanika walking into the establishment on the night, peoples, it never happened. She was never alive on the night. This is bullshit. Everything that these people are putting out here never indicated that Kanika was ever alive on the night. And that all of this shit taking place within an hour time before she came up missing, and then subsequently found supposedly the next morning at 12:25 a.m. in the morning. Come on, people. That's bullshit. And I have asked you guys, how in the fuck could they get there at 1:13 in the morning, and then at 2:30 she's walking the halls of that establishment? So she gets liberated less than an hour's worth of time, and then go roam in the halls where nobody can see her. I mean, help me to make that make sense, people. That was the narrative forever and a day. And I fought that because I said, help me to make that make sense. First, tell me, how in the fuck could they be roaming the halls, going up to all of these different floors and things and stuff, and they came in at 1:13. And then later on in the case files, you heard all of these other people who was there who gave their testimonies and things, and it didn't coincide with that narrative of her getting on a goddamn elevator at 2:30 in the morning, people, or even 3:30 in the morning. And it depends on whether you believe it was 2:30 or 3:30. Help me to make that make sense. Because remember, TM had called the establishment at 2 a.m. in the morning. Oh, you guys remember that, right? Oh, you forgot about that, right? Well, yes, she did. She called. TM had called at 2 a.m. in the morning, just after the 1:30 time to when Kanika was supposed to have made the last Snapchat with Lenore. And then they couldn't even figure out whether TM called at 4 or 4:30 in the morning. You guys remember that, right? TM couldn't even get the time straight because she gave several different times. Yes, she did. Once she gave a different time up on the Dr. Oz show. She gave a different time up on the Breakfast Club. And then she gave a different time when she was standing on the porch giving her narrative. And then she gave a different time when then she was out there speaking to the people, the news reporters. You guys remember that, right? Oh, you don't remember? Well, go back and look at my lives because I know what I'm talking about because that's exactly what she did, peoples. She gave all of this in times, and I'm kind of like, then she goes out and she goes and she makes a live and she say, well, hey live, how y'all doing? Nothing happened to my daughter. Nothing happened to my daughter. And for the book and for the record, nothing happened to my daughter. She was left here at the she was going to say hospital, but then she said hotel. Who was fucking at the hospital? Because you guys do remember that the ambulance came to the hotel and there was a fight that had broken out and there was 2 assaults and battery. And they had the dispatcher had the people go and follow the ambulance. You guys remember that, right? Well, how in the fuck could all of this have happened on the morning of September the 9th? How could all of this shit had happened on the morning of September the 9th? And the ambulance come and then take somebody to the hospital.
Yo.
What's going on, doctor? How's it going?
What's going on? What's going on?
All right, you got to turn up your volume.
I know. I'm riding in my truck right now. Let me see. Is it loud? Am I loud enough?
Let me try to turn up the general thing. Hold on for a second. Let me go to the extensions.
All right.
I'm gonna go to the sound. Nope. Let me go to the sounds. Okay, let me go to the sounds. Where's the sounds at? I got the extensions, but I need the sound.
Let me make sure it ain't these.
Okay, where is? Oh, there's the sounds right there. Okay, let me turn it up. Okay, say something.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I just turned up the sound, so.
Okay. No, the reason I was I sent you that video and I want you to play it is because it's so much that's been talked about when it comes to this case, and I can't fault a lot of people for not seeing the old case files and they ran across the new ones, you know what I'm saying? Because it was, a lot of the videos was in the old case files. And once that new case file came out, a lot of the videos weren't talked about no more. Half of them weren't even, you couldn't even see them on in the new case file. So
right.
That particular footage of the guys coming in the hotel and never going upstairs to the party, but they left, they rushed up out of there. When Monifa and them made the statement that she went to the guys and asked them, have they seen Kanika? That's the actual footage that you see of them walking up to the guys, talking to them in the lobby. Because they was asking them, have they seen Kanika? And they was saying no. And you seen the guys get up out of there and leave. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what's on that footage. So when you're reading it out in the case file, what Monifa's saying this is why I put this in here. Well, what she was saying with this, because you got to separate the real between the fake. If you're going to say something, I'm going to look between this footage to see what you're saying is right or wrong. And there had to be some clarity to what she was saying because you see her and Shamaya and Bree walk up to the guys in the lobby. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And whatever they asked them, the guys walk with them towards that little opening, and then they turned around and walked off by themselves and got the fuck up out of there.
Right.
So that's why I had that on there, and I put that on there. So I was glad that you was reading that part of the video, but that's all I was showing. You know, I'm not in this video right here, this particular video, I was putting it together to see if we could get some clarity of what possibly happened before she got in the hands of the hotel. Because if anything transpired, she was left however she was, you know what I'm saying, with the hotel. Now, is the hotel telling the truth as far as was she alive or was she dead when y'all found her? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if you find a person that's dead, it should take the Sunday for y'all to figure it out. If you found her after the guys got up out of there. So she couldn't have been dead when y'all found her. She's probably, whatever they did, they did, but she could have been dead. Y'all finished her off. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Y'all finished her off. And that's how I always feel about it. You know, a lot of these guys lost their lives. A lot of these guys went in hiding. Friends knew what the fuck was going on. You know, but in their head, I'm thinking they looking at it like, hey, well, we know the guys didn't unalive her. We know the hotel did that. So let's just focus on that. We ain't going to focus on the shit that y'all did that caused everything to lead to this. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's some hood shit. Maybe they don't want to tell on people in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe they don't want to deal with the fact that if we snitch on them, we got to deal with, you know, getting into it in the hood with these niggas because they real gang members, you know? You never know. But they chose not to tell on the guys, and they rolled out with the hotel because the hotel is who unalived her. You know what I mean? And that's what I believe. That's, you know,
it just only makes sense that when they said that she was found in the rear by the dock area, that only makes sense. So whatever happened to Kanika,
that make all the sense in the world. I believe wherever they found her is where the motherfuckers left her.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And they got up out of there.
Yep.
Now, if it was the rear, it was the rear. If it was by the pool, it was by the pool. But they found her, and Kanika wasn't dead when they found her.
Right.
Because when you look at the pictures, they said they supposedly had on Sunday, she didn't even look like she didn't even look froze. Her body looked, she like she had freshly died. So my thing is, something happened on their premises. Attack happened. That possibly, you know, people either turned the other cheek, security guards, or they was possibly letting shit go down so they could get them a piece. But at the end of the day, something happened on their premises, and they wanted to cover that up.
Right.
They wanted to cover it. They didn't want to get the justice.
I can go with that. I can go with that.
Yeah, they didn't want to get the justice because, you know, but it happened on y'all premises, and y'all wanted to cover it up. Not a death, but possibly a raping and a beating happened on y'all premises.
Yep.
And y'all let that shit go down, and instead of y'all getting the girl some type of justice or calling the cops or getting something going on, y'all didn't do that. And why would y'all do that? Y'all already overdrive the goddamn credit card to let them get the rooms bogusly. You feel me? Let them spend a stolen credit card up here to get rooms. Y'all was doing shit illegal anyway. So they just really wanted to just cover that shit up. To me, in my eyes, they just wanted to cover that shit up.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. You know, because that makes more sense than all of this other bullshit that was being said. They had something to do with it.
You know?
Yeah.
Them guys, like I say, they rushed up out of there. You hear Monifa and them say, we asked them where was Kanika, and they said they didn't know, and they got the fuck up out of there. They said they rushed. We see the video that you just played. They rushed. We see her when she walks up to them and talks to them, and they rushed up out of there. You know what I'm saying? We see them lead out the side door. We see them go through the parking lot. It's kind of fuzzy, y'all, but that was them. That angle of the parking lot, that's showing y'all the part of the hotel where they left out. So it's blurry. Don't get it twisted. But you could piece that shit together and notice that these guys got up out of there, and that guy with the gray hoodie that was walking picked them up. Now the whole time he was walking with the girls. So when the girls took off and ran through the parking lot to the back, y'all knew where Kanika was at. Kanika was back there on that dock area where y'all went to. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Y'all left that girl like that. Y'all, when you see them in the parking lot on that footage you got that you played, you see the guy walk one way and you see the girls go the other way. They went to where the niggas left at. You feel me? The guys get up out of here and they coming back calling Teresa with a whole narrative. Because Bree the one who called her on the phone.
Yep, I can go with that.
Been paying attention to this shit too long, Edward. Edward, we've been rocking with this shit for too long, man. I ain't gonna get them the Trey Gang narrative and get them to run around. I ain't gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Shit, we looking at this shit for what it is and what they said. You know? Yeah. And like I say, that piece of footage right there, people see all the footage of her walking, this and this. How many of y'all seen that footage of them guys running around like that never went up to the room? A lot of people didn't see that. That was that was the Cornell Mitchell boy. He was the one with the big dreads in that video. He was younger then. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you up to date and look at him now, look how he look now. You know, a lot of these people just went on with their lives. You know what I'm saying? And was glad they didn't get caught up for it. But, yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, because it will only make sense why the guys would one by one get shot up and shit. You know, who's going to get shot up if you didn't do anything?
Yeah, they was getting their ass knocked off the map.
It makes perfect sense because, see, it ain't no way that this girl can come in at 1:13 in the morning and then at about 2:30 or even 3:30, depending on which narrative you wanted to believe, and people can't even fill in the fill in anything within that time frame, within an hour or even 2 hours.
Hey, one thing we do know is they didn't stay that long. They got up out of there.
They got up out of there with Yep, with the quickness. And everybody is coming back by the rear, by the dock area, because they're coming from that area. They didn't come in the front. They didn't run in the front.
Nah.
They ran in the back.
And then you see the girls run towards back that way. They knew where Kanika was left at.
Oh yeah. Everybody knew. Everybody knew. I believe that. Everybody knew.
Yeah, they kept running back there like they was checking on her. Y'all knew what was going on. Kanika probably passed out on their ass and they panicked and got up out of there, man.
Yep.
Panicked and got up out of there.
See what that part of the case files, when Monifa had testified that they got there early, that just coincides with that.
But you remember that come from the first case files. Yeah. Remind you, they took that down and put that Easy shit up. That first case file had all the juice shit in it. Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
But as soon as they sit back and peep that, as soon as they put that out and we attacked it so heavy and started breaking it down, they hurried up and took that down.
Oh yeah.
Well, no question. Hurried up and took that down.
Yep. And thus it started the whirlwind of all of what people were saying and things.
I see.
And then people, start to run with it. But here again, that part of the case files don't lie.
Hold on, Edward. I'm ordering some food real quick. Hold on for 1 second. I'm finna pause out real quick so I ain't loud. Hold on.
Yeah, as you guys can see, as you got okay, as you guys can see, there it is right there. I mean, it's clearly in your face. This was a major and massive cover-up from all angles and all ends, peoples. And every last motherfucker was involved. Every last one. From TM on down. You can't sit here and tell me that bitch was here so fucking innocent. Talking about that she just had breast cancer surgery, but she's running her ass around the establishment like a bat out of hell. And then before she gets run out of the establishment, she gets pulled by the arm by this big old heavy lady. and TM, she's trying to yank away from her. People, if this woman had breast cancer surgery, she just had surgery and had stitches or whatever and stuff, and she's been in a yank by the arm like that and stuff. Just what, a couple of days ago, she said that I just got out the hospital. And I'm coming down and I'm checking on my daughter and stuff, trying to come out here to see what was happening. But yet, not even a day after the supposed being notified and stuff, she gets yanked by the arm. Now, see, I probably would have believed her had I not seen the video of her getting yanked by the arm. She's at the door getting yanked by the arm, trying to go outside. So is that indicative of a person who just had breast cancer surgery, peoples? And she's being yanked by the arm? Bullshit. See, this is what I'm saying, peoples. You guys can say whatever you want to say, but the goddamn video shit doesn't lie. And so Nosy Buck tried to mimic what I have been saying for the longest time, but she got it wrong to a certain degree. Because my saying has always been, peoples, is simply this. The truth doesn't need no help. When Nosy Buck said it always reveals itself, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. But what I always said is the truth doesn't need no help. It stands on its own. So however you want to phrase it or however you want to look at it, it's still saying the same thing. The truth doesn't need no help. I mean, why are you trying to help the truth when a lie can't even battle the truth? The truth will always supersede a lie, peoples. If you tell the truth, it ain't no reason to lie. And if you lie, you need to tell the truth. So the truth will always supersede and lie. And this is the things that I have been conveying forever and a day because it shit didn't make no sense to me. And I said that you got to make sense of everything, peoples. You got to make sense of everything. And this is what I've been telling Nosy Buck forever and a day, Mel. I said there were many people who played Kanika. A lot of you guys didn't believe that. But a lot of you guys didn't believe that this shit happened before the night either. And as you can see, it did. And this is one of the reasons why the different girls playing Kanika. Because if you really take a look at the videos, peoples, you got all different weights and sizes and outfits and things. And again, you don't have to take my word for it, peoples. I'm just telling you from what I see based upon the video footage that was given to us and stuff. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that, but I mean, as much as I have done my lives and things and pointed these things out, I don't understand why anybody can't see it. Or even if you do see it, you just don't want to acknowledge it because you just don't want to acknowledge that I was the one who said it. Well, whatever the case may be, it really doesn't matter to me, peoples, because this case files that are just showing you clearly shows and state that they were there well before the 1 hour and 13 minutes mark. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what Monifa said. So let's go and let's look at the rest of this video right here, peoples. Let's go. Okay, so right here in this video, people, you see all of the kids coming in and stuff, and everybody's walking over there where TM had walked and stuff when she got the news of supposedly Kanika has been dead and things like that, right? Okay, so you got Monifa Shemaya heading the pack and stuff. You got these other guys who we didn't see on the other side because this is a different group of guys. But why is Bree Bree hanging way from behind with Monifa and Shemaya? See, I look at body language, people. I read body language and things, and body language was telling me, you know, why isn't it that they were supposed to be a pack, right? Bree Bree, Monifa, and Shemaya, and they were supposed to be a pack, right? They were supposed to be close. They were supposed to be together. They were supposed to have been the ones who walked into the establishment with Kanika. But Monifa and Shemaya has always been together, but Bree Bree has always been a loner that is bringing up the rear, walking around and wandering around all by herself. Why is that, peoples? Why is that? I mean, I just want your perspective for pointing. Why is that? Why is Bree Bree sitting around bringing up the rear, and not being up there in the forefront with Monifa and Shemaya? Is Bree Bree guilty of something? I mean, one can allude, one can assume, based upon her actions and things. But why, people? That's the question that I ask and stuff. I mean, if you guys was to come in together and stuff, and you guys supposed to be tight knit, and you guys supposed to be real close friends and things, well, it's obvious that you are standing back for some reason. And then understand that at the supposed funeral of Kanika Jenkins, Bree Bree was the only one who boo-hooed. Bree Bree was the only one who cried and cried profusely. Why? What did Bree Bree know? And when did she know it? You didn't see Shemaya shed a tear. You didn't see Monifa shed a tear. You didn't even see Irene shed a tear. But why Bree Bree? Of all the peoples, why Bree Bree? Did Bree Bree really know what happened to Kanika? Did Bree Bree see it for herself? Well, all of them was part of the cover-up, peoples. No matter how you look at it, every last one of those kids was part of the cover-up. You know. Now, in a sense, you can say that all of them was a part of the analyzation of Kanika because they all knew what happened to Kanika. And none of them wanted to say anything. Well, is that why Shemaya and her brother got shot? Because they was talking too much? I mean, you saw in the case files that, you know, Shemaya had went home and told her mom what had happened. Y'all remember that, right? Let's go ahead and let's listen to what Custom Design and T Slate had to say about Shemaya. Let's listen to what they had to say about Shemaya. And he's going to start off with one thing about a nigga like me. Well, he said it. I didn't.
One thing about a nigga like me, I just pick everything you just said apart. And that's why you gotta go find the paperwork and all that shit to read exactly what it said, because you don't know what it said. Shemaya mother called the police at 4:15 in the morning, on the morning of the night, 4:15 a.m. By 4:30 or 4:30 something, they was at the police station. Shemaya mother called the police to report what Shemaya came back and told her what had happened.
And a tidbit of information from what we're talking about. Nika was actually missing at that point. Tanika was missing when they went to the police department to say what she did. That was the purpose of them going down there. They had not found Tanika. So Tamaya's mom called the police department, asked them to come and pick them up and escort them back to Rosemont PD, and that's exactly where the fuck they were at 4:30 in the morning on the night.
And that's exactly what had happened at 4:30 in the morning on September the 9th. That's what they said, peoples. I didn't say that. That's what they said. That's what they said. At 4:30 in the morning on September the 9th, peoples.
If you give a little more, and if you try, it's more than Who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain? He's a place if you stand up for those down on your knees, they are the voice to
The name of Kanika.
If you give a little more, and if you try, it's more Who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain? He's a place if you stand up for those down on your knees, they are the voice to those.
Where we when Bree left Kanika at the Marriott.
I read you what I wrote 7 years ago. Now I'm going to tell you what I saw. And I'm going to tell you my feelings. But first, I'm going to tell you, when I have vision, I'm asleep. I'm not myself. I'm someone else. I'm who that spirit want me to be. I'm told and showed what that spirit wants me to see. And this is what I saw. KJ and I are running. We get to the end of the hallway. It's light, it's clean. The elevator banks sit like an L. So we able to hide there. I'm aware. KJ is aware who we're running from. We are aware that she is running for her life. I'm aware that I'm risking my life and that I have to get her out that hotel, meaning I know they're going to kill her. This is what I was feeling. We know who they are. We get to the elevator. I'm pressing the button. And she says, I'm tired of running from these niggas. She's out of breath. She's tired. She's not drunk. She's drugged. I know the difference. And I know she was drugged because, like I said, I'm not myself. I'm one of her friends. I love her. I'm going to get her out of this hotel because I know they're going to kill her. And I look at her and I say, quiet, Neek. I did not call her Kanika. I did not call her KJ. I called her Neek.
Now, peoples, could there have been some validity to a degree to what Kelly had said? To a degree. I just want you to think about that for one moment. Think about for what we just seen in the video and what we just read. And listen to what Kelly had said. Now, I don't believe that all of this have taken place by an elevator. But I mean that's just my belief. I don't believe that, peoples. You know, I don't believe that all of this shit taking place at the elevator, because if it did, then now you got to show me the video, because according to the narrative, according to the case files, there were cameras up on the 9th floor that showed the people get on and off the elevator. There was cameras on the lower level. There was cameras on the main level that showed people get on and off the elevator. Now, if an assault was taken by the elevator, well, then you got to help me to make sense. You got to help me to make sense. If the assault was taken by the elevator, well, then if we can see people getting on and off the elevator, why would the establishment cover up people taking a girl off an elevator? Had to be a group of people, according to Kelly's narrative, right? You know, she started running. They were coming for us and stuff, and you know they wanted to take us. They wanted to commandeer us. I've already told you that Kanika was commandeered. I told you that. That was part of my narrative for years. I told you that she was commandeered. You understand what I'm saying? And I told you that she was commandeered by the gang members. I've said that. Go back and rewatch my lives, because I said that. Okay. So, if she was commandeered on the floors, they would have caught them on video surveillance, right? Taking her off the elevator and carrying her from the elevator onto where? Because if you're coming off the main elevator, peoples, you have to pass by what? The main lobby before you can ever get to. If you were taking her up off the elevator and you're going by the pool, well, the elevator would have caught all of these people getting off and them carrying her to the pool. But now, if you were carrying her by the dock area, there's only one way that you're going to get to several ways that you're going to get to the dock area. You had to pass by the front lobby, peoples, in order to get outside. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then even if you go by there by the emergency exit by the elevator, you will still been caught on camera on the outside with someone carrying someone back around to the rear by the dock area. Because there's cameras outside that clearly shows people walking on the outside. We've seen it. We just seen it of the girls walking, running back to the rear by the dock area in the parking lot by the caddy shack. You remember TM in her rants and stuff and said that my daughter was there in the rear by the caddy shack. Y'all remember that, right? That's where she was found. You remember TM saying that, right? I remember it vividly because it's in the case files, people. That's what TM had said. That's why she sued the Caddyshack and the Murray brothers and all of the other people. Y'all remember that, right? So, my question is, if the boys carried Kanika back by the rear by the dock area, well, then there should be some video footage, right? Even if they were in the halls and they was carrying her, there should be some video footage, right? No matter where, whether they got up the elevator, whether they walked outside, whether they were in the halls, there should be some video footage of them carrying Kanika, right? It had to be some video footage. So if it's some video footage, well, then you got to ask the question: what power do these gang members have over the establishment that they will edit out all of this video footage of them carrying Kanika? Because she was carried, people. She didn't walk. She didn't walk like many of you thought that she walked. Kanika never walked, people. She was carried. She was carried. If she's beaten, bruised, and battered and stuff, ain't nobody's going to sit around here and walk. She was carried. So if what if what I just caught her name. I just lost her name just that quick. Kelly. If Kelly is right, peoples. Well, Mariah Lavender said that she believes that she's right in some parts, but not all. She believes that her narrative is a little bit more, kind of. She said Miss Glaucoma may know a little something. Well, she said that she's blind. Well, and it's plausible to a certain degree what Kelly is saying. It's plausible to a certain degree what Kelly is saying. Now, do I believe the whole narrative? No, I don't. I really don't, because that shit doesn't make no sense. Because if she was killed by the elevator, well, then that means rigor mortis would have set in, and there's no way that Kanika could have been looking fresh inside it in the elevator. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the process of elimination, when it comes down to time, doesn't match her narrative. Because if Kanika was killed hours before, well, then you got to justify why Kanika looks so fresh in the in the freezer. See, it doesn't make no sense. So even if you go with what Kelly had said, that Kanika was killed by a elevator and stuff, well, then you got to account for the time elapsing, and then you got to account for all of this video footage that you see these kids running around and things and stuff. But see, if you equate that with the same day that Kanika got abducted and she was killed, well, then what are you telling me? What is it that you're telling me? You're telling me that all of this shit happened on the 8th? How? Help me to make that make sense. How? How did it happen? Can anybody just thoroughly explain that? How did it happen? If we was to take Kelly to total degree of what she said, then you got to help me to make that make sense. She's in the body of supposedly Kanika. And Kanika is scared out of her wits from all of these guys coming after her and, things like that. And her friend Irene is supposed to have been getting her out of the establishment. Well, if truth be told, people, could Kanika have really depended upon anybody? Even her so-called friends? I mean, look at Zaria Walls. Could she have depended upon the people to save her from going into the water? And the waters is choppy and two people jump into the water to try to save her, but they couldn't even save themselves. And one was supposed to have swum miles to shore. Really, peoples? You believe that bullshit? I mean, just the narrative alone is so goddamn far-fetched. Is you can't even piece and you can't even woven anything to it because it's just so out the ordinary. It's just so out there. You want to try to give the woman the benefit of the doubt, because she is so passionate and things and stuff. But goddamn, peoples, really? I mean, it's plausible. It's plausible, but at the end of the day, once you really try to stitch everything together, it absolutely, unequivocally, and undeniably doesn't make no sense whatsoever. Because see, the one thing Kelly is not mentioning is simply this: the testimonies of her friends. And the thing is, peoples, her friends was at the establishment well before Kelly even entered the body of a supposed Kanika. So you entered the body years after the fact. And so even the demons can have you look a certain way. Because, I mean, it wasn't nothing angelic about what she was doing. God didn't say, okay, I'll give you the vision to see what happened to Kanika, and knowing that is a lie. So God wouldn't do it. So what other entity do you have? So if the angels didn't do it, if God didn't do it, well, then it had to be the demons that give you the vision, right? The charge was given to Habakkuk: write the vision and make it plain for the people to understand. Well, Habakkuk did just that, but see, Kelly didn't do that, peoples. Kelly is not Habakkuk. Kelly couldn't tell you the vision, let alone write it. But she gave you a vision. She told you about a vision that she had. She said that she was in the body of somebody, but she believed to be Irene. Okay, so now even if we go with Kelly narrative peoples and stuff, help me to make it make sense. Put it all together. Because if Kanika was killed on the elevator, who brought her body down wherever? How did the body get into the freezer? Well, if the body is dead, well, then, it goes back to proving my point that she never walked into the halls of that establishment. So even if you believe Kelly is right, peoples, well, then Kelly just solidified my stance in that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment, because if Kelly is right, Kanika was killed. And if Kanika was killed, how could a dead body walk? And so it was no need for Kelly to get mad at Edward Joseph, because Kelly said that Kanika was killed. And Edward Joseph said that Kanika never walked the halls of that establishment. So if she's killed, well, then that just goes to further what my stance is that she never walked the halls, right? Right. And so, peoples, it's amazing that when people give their narrative and they be saying shit, it complements the various things that I've been saying. And they don't even know that they're complimenting my narrative. And yet they act like, well, I'm out somewhere outer space, but with your narrative, you're only just proving the point of what I've been saying that couldn't have happened. So if Kanika got killed, well, then rigor mortis would have set in immediately. It would have took some time for the full body to go through the full transformation. But peoples, I tell you, and I surmise to one thing, peoples, she couldn't have walked. That means that she had to be what? Carried. And so if we was to believe Kelly's narrative, well, then guess what, peoples? Everything that they showed in this video footage couldn't have happened. And it only even debunks T. Slay's narrative. So you mean to tell me that she was at the Marriott, she got killed at the Marriott, and they transported her body over to the Crown Plaza because that's where Kanika's body was lying in state? So help me to make that make sense, peoples. So T. Slay's narrative was that Kanika was found at the Marriott. Well, if Kanika was ever at the Marriott, my only question to T. Slay is simply this: where is the video footage that Kanika was ever at the Marriott? Where was any video footage? Where is any pictures that Kanika was at the Marriott? You never seen it. So you can say whatever you want to say as much as you want to say, but you can't prove it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it doesn't, peoples, my God. I mean, it doesn't take a goddamn rocket scientist to figure out and understand that Kanika could have never been at the Marriott if we'd never seen a picture or video at the Marriott. And nobody has ever even referenced the Marriott. And why would Crown Plaza take the fall for the Marriott and pay millions of dollars when the girl was never even there? Why is it all of the people that is involved in this case continue to keep saying the Marriott, but only one girl and one guy, no, two guys, one girl, T. Slay, the other guy, Jig, Fred the Jig, and then the other guy, Custom Designs? Why would these people sit here and say this salacious madness when they couldn't even prove it themselves? And even with their own narrative, they was debunking their own selves and was making themselves look so goddamn stupid. It's just incredible. People, so I left this live up here for a reason. Let's go to this, and then we're going to get back to what Kelly said, because I want you guys to listen to this. I purposely left this live up for a reason, because I needed you guys to listen to this shit at some point. And shoot, like clockwork, peoples.
With Kanika, they put her in the car. They call Bree, and Bree get to where Kanika is. But however she get that to her, when she get that to her, Kanika's in the car, and Bree's under the assumption that she getting ready to drive Kanika to the hotel. What hotel? Well, let's talk about the hotel. All we know, Bree said, is the hotel is in Rosemont. It's done under this car, and I'm not driving on the E-way like that. We don't know what hotel. It could have been Crown Plaza, and it could have been the Marriott. Because please don't forget, it's the Marriott O'Hare, which is 1.5 miles from the airport. So it could have been the Marriott O'Hare, or it could have been Crown Plaza. It could have been either of the two. I'm not going to sit up here and say it was definitely the Marriott, but we do know that at Friday night, we knew who was having a party. Killer and Irene was having a party at Marriott.
Wait a minute. I thought she said for sure that it was never at the Crown Plaza. Now she's changing her mind and said it could have been at the Marriott. It could have been at the Crown Plaza. And Fred the Jig was looking up there dumbfounded, because he was like, what the you talking about, T. Slay? So according to Kelly, Kanika was killed at the elevator at the Crown Plaza. According to T. Slay, Kanika was killed on the west side of Chicago, but then she changed it to the Marriott, And then she said that they put Kanika's body into the car and then drove it where? To the Marriott? Well, if they drove Kanika's body to the Marriott, where's any pictures in the case files that represents the Marriott? Just only 3 YouTubers who stand that stupid shit. T Slay, Custom Design, and Fred the Jig. But they have absolutely no proof that Kanika was ever at the Marriott. So why is these stupid people continue to keep putting this narrative out there that they were at the Marriott when you never seen no pictures whatsoever of Kanika at the Marriott? And then the amazing part about it is the stupid people believe the madness. But peoples, there was no evidence whatsoever that Kanika was ever at the Marriott. So you can speak it, but show the evidence. And they couldn't do it, peoples. It's just like what Nosy Bucket said. The truth stands on its own. The truth stands on its own, peoples. And it will reveal itself. You got them straight. It will reveal itself, peoples. You got them straight. It will reveal itself. That is the most true statement that I have ever made in this Kanika Jenkins case, peoples. It's the most meaningful and truthful statement that I've ever stated in this Kanika Jenkins case, that it holds a hell of an amount of weight. Ain't no way, peoples, whatsoever, that you're going to be able to sit here and tell me that Kanika was killed in an elevator at the Crown Plaza, and then listen to T Slay and said Kanika was placed in a car and taken somewhere. Listen to that again, because I got to get a full essence as to what she was saying, peoples. Let's listen to that again. And then I want you to watch Fred the Jig's response to when she's talking, because look at him. He's already like, what the fuck are you saying, T Slay? Really, what the fuck are you saying? 1 minute of madness. Listen to this, peoples.
With Kanika, they put her in the car.
They put her in the car. So that means Kanika was incapacitated. She didn't have the activities of her faculties or her limbs, but they put her in the car. Where did they go after they put her in the car, T Slay?
With Kanika, they put her in the car. They call Bree, and Bree get to where Kanika is, but however she get there to her.
Okay, so they put her in the car. They call Bree, and Bree gets to where they is. Now think about this for one moment. How in the fuck did Bree get to where they is? Because remember, who car did Bree have? Who is they that put Kanika in the car in the first place? So if they put it in the car, why would they be calling Bree? Because if they put it in the car, well, then somebody was able to drive the car, right? If they put it in the car, they put it in the car, they called Bree, and Bree got to them some way, and however she got to her, she can't even explain to you how Bree got to them, whoever them is. And then Bree doesn't want to drive the car because there's a donut on the car. So they're going to take Kanika out of the car because it's a donut on the car. So now what other car are they putting Kanika in so they can get around and transport Kanika? Well, nobody thought about that. How many damn cars are they going to put Kanika in? Remember, Kanika is supposed to be deceased, and so if she's supposed to be deceased, she's rotting every minute, peoples. The body is rotten. The body is getting stiff. Why are they going to put Kanika in the car and pose with Kanika, and she's supposed to be deceased in the car? And so they put her in the car. Okay, okay. T Slade, you said they put her in the car, right? Okay, where did they go when they put her in the car? Let's listen in.
With Kanika, they put her in the car. They call Bree Bree, and Bree Bree get to where Kanika is. But however she get that to her, when she get that to her, Kanika's in the car, and Bree Bree's under the assumption that she getting ready to drive Kanika to the hotel. What hotel? Well, let's talk about the hotel. All we know, Bree Bree said, is the hotel is in Rosemont. It's done under this car, and I'm not driving on the E-way like that. We don't know what hotel. It could have been Crown Plaza, and it could have been the Marriott. Because please don't forget, it's the Marriott O'Hare, which is 1.5 miles from the airport. So it could have been the Marriott O'Hare, or it could have been Crown Plaza. It could have been either of the two. I'm not going to sit up here and say it was definitely the Marriott, but we do know that at Friday night, we knew who was having a party. Killer and Irene was having a party at Marriott.
Wait a minute. I thought she said for sure that it was never at the Crown Plaza. Now she's changing her mind and said it could have been at the Marriott. It could have been at the Crown Plaza.
With Kanika, they put her in the car.
They put. See, they put her in the car. Who is they that put her in the car? Who is they? So whoever they is that put Kanika in the car, why would they call Bree Bree to have Bree Bree transport the body to the Crown Plaza or to the Marriott when they put her in the car? So let's analyze this for one moment, people. So let's analyze this for one moment. They put her in the car. So whoever they is put Kanika in the car. And then they called Bree Bree to come pick up Kanika and take Kanika to the Marriott or to the Crown Plaza, which is 1.1 miles from Rosemont. Well, the Crown Plaza is in Rosemont. You see why this shit doesn't make no sense, peoples? What fucking hotel wasn't in Rosemont? Because the Marriott is in Rosemont. The Crown Plaza is in Rosemont. The DoubleTree is in Rosemont. So what fucking place did they take Kanika? Let's listen to that again, peoples. They put her in the car.
With Kanika, they put her in the car. They call Bree Bree, and Bree Bree get to where Kanika is.
They put her in the car. They call Bree Bree, and Bree Bree gets to where she is. What is Bree Bree going to do?
However she get that to her. When she get that to her, Kanika's in the car, and Bree Bree's under the assumption that she getting ready to drive Kanika to the hotel.
And she's under the assumption that she's going to drive Kanika to the hotel. Why would Bree Bree drive Kanika to the hotel when Bree Bree could have just drove Kanika home? So basically what T Slay is saying, that Bree Bree and they that put Kanika in the car is culpable because they put Kanika in the car. So that is a prosecutable offense, peoples, because one, they taking Kanika, they putting her in the car, she's inebriated, or she's dead, or whatever she is and stuff, but they're not taking her home. They could have took her home to the safety of her home, to the safety of her mom and her sister and her family, but no, they're going to transport her from wherever they are to the establishment, whether it be the Crown Plaza or whether it be the Marriott. But they took Kanika and they transported her. That's kidnapping, because now you're taking someone against their knowledge and against their will. Because I'm sure that if Kanika was drunk, she wouldn't want have gone to what? the Marriott or the DoubleTree, right? Or even the Crown Plaza. She would want to go home, right? So peoples, help me to make that make sense. That shit doesn't make no sense of what T Slay is saying. They put her in the car. Bree finds out it's a donut on the car that they put her in. So how did they get Kanika to the establishment if Bree is unwilling to drive the car with a donut on it? So how did they obtain TM's car? How? Because if Kanika was messed up, did they go knock? Hey TM, we need to use your car so we can take Kanika to the Marriott, and then you can come down later on and do your reenactment or your enactment in the first place, and just make sure you're on point. I mean, people's, what kind of sense does that make? And this is by T Slay's own narrative. People, so I'm going to get off of here. I'll be back in a couple of hours. I'll be back about 4 or 4:30. I got to go get me something to eat right now, and my stomach is burning, and so I'm going to go buy me something to eat, and then I'll be back. So I'm gonna still do a part 2 to this live. Still have the same title and do a part 2 to this live, and I'm gonna keep everything as is. Kelly's video, and then a video that Brazy had sent me and stuff. And we're going to cover more content because there's some more content that has been sent to me that I'm going to show you guys. But right now we're already at the 5 o'clock hour, and I want to go, and since it's still early, I'm going to go and get me something to eat, and then we'll come back and we're going to attack this. Is that all right, peoples? And so I didn't give a shout out to all of the people who had came in and stuff. So let me give a shout out to all of the people who came in, my peoples. Give a shout out to Mariah Lavender. Give a shout out to Gina to you. Give a shout out to Carla Henry. Give a shout out to Island Girl 49. Anybody else? Give a shout out to Brazy Certified World Media. Give a shout out to Nosy Bug. Okay, so and then to give a shout out to the Nightbot. So I think I got everybody, peoples and stuff, everybody that I got a shout out to and stuff. Again, I'll be back on in a couple hours, peoples. I'll go ahead and do a part 2 to this. And we're just going to just dive right into where we left off. And I'm going to keep the videos just queued up just the way that it is. So when I come back, we're going to finish playing those. And we're going to finish coming back and we're going to talk about it. Is that all right, peoples? So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I will be back within an hour or two. And then we're going to come back and we're going to take a look at all of this, peoples, and give our assessment as to what it is, peoples. So until then, peoples, you guys be blessed. Get your rest. Get you something to eat. Get you some Ethiopian coffee. And then come on back to part 2 to this live. Is that all right, peoples? All right. I'll see you then. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.